Good morning. Welcome to Foothills County Council agenda for Wednesday, March 25, 2026. I'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. First up is our agenda. I didn't hear of any additions to it, so I would look for a motion to approve the agenda as presented today. From Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's look at our round table. We got all our crews here with us. Let's go to Councillor Kendall. Do you have anything for the round table this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Foothills County. Yes, I had a phone call and a letter from a couple of residents up Old Mill Road within the last few days, and they're concerned about the limit of 15 tons that's been put on the bridge to the very west end there. So just wanting to address some of their concerns. And other than that, yeah, everything's good.
Did you want to talk about that bridge right now?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through the chair to Councillor Kendall. Just an update on that bridge. So it was inspected a few weeks ago, and the inspectors found some of the caps of that bridge are starting to bulge. That triggers a requirement to do a coring of the timbers to determine how far the rot's gotten. Preventatively, you have to lower the rating on the bridge. So that coring was done. We got the final report Monday evening as well, so it is moving quickly. We have also, in the meantime, yesterday after getting that report, we initiated an invitational tender to get this repaired. So that just being with that tender being out, there's more details I can share with council in camera after that, but we are working on that. There was questions about potentially doing a temporary bridge. It's not impossible. Just typically they call them Bailey bridges. It's an option to put it across the bridge. It's we believe that we could, depending how this tender goes, we could get this bridge repaired before a temporary bridge might even be able to go on there. So again, I can share more details with council and closed.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Callister, anything for?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Nothing to report from Division 6 this morning.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. I have one item for Public Works. Mr. Weber on 206th Avenue and 96th Street, north of Red Deer Lake. Red Deer Lake meets, I'm sure you're aware. They took down that big building that was been up there for years and years, and they beat the crap out of 206th Avenue. And so I'm getting calls from the residents in there, but they're certainly aware of the need to have the big trucks in and out. They just kind of are looking for a priority repair when we get going in the spring here. So most of the steel is gone, it looks like. I was over there the other day. It looks like they're hauling out the concrete now. So there's still lots of machinery and trucks. And
yeah, through the chair to Councillor Alger. Yes, we're quite aware of it, and it's definitely high on our priority list. And as soon as we do get some assessment on how to repair it, it may take extensive repair, like ripping up the asphalt, doing a proper subgrade on it, and then repaving it. So it's going to be quite costly.
is that something that we can put back onto the neighbor? Not the neighbor, but the developer?
Go ahead.
If I may, Mr. Chair. So unfortunately, in this case, we are looking into some options there. In the meantime, we have asked our consultant to go out there so we can potentially get it added to our paving program for the year.
Yeah.
It will be one of the priority roads. The road was banned at 75%. Even though there were eyewitnesses out there, I believe. We were sent some pictures as well. It happened very quickly without any permits being pulled or anything like that. So we are looking into it. Unfortunately, it's not looking too promising at the moment.
So the removal of the building was part of a development permit from, I think, 5 years ago when we did the initial development. Okay. All right, so as long as we're aware of it, that'll appease the residents, I'm sure. Thank you very much. That's all I have, sir.
Okay. Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. Good morning. And just a thanks to all the departments. Nothing else to share. Thank you.
Thank you. And for myself, the only thing I had was a thank you to Public Works for the work done with the water main break in Cayley. Just the speed, efficiency, and the care for residents was very much appreciated. So thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the Reeve and thank you to everyone here. Thank you to, good morning to Foothills County. I have nothing from Division 2. Thanks.
And Councillor McHugh.
Thank you. Good morning, Foothills. I think this one would go to CAO Payne. Maybe we have to. This has to do with the solar loans and the CEIP query. So this is where you can apply for solar panels and have it do the loan and have it put on your taxes. And so the inquiry is why are we why is Foothills not involved in that program? And if I'm thinking back, I think we briefly discussed this with Advisor Reva Cambrian. But if that doesn't ring a bell, we can maybe address it later. But just thought I'd pose that question now. So it's the CEIP, and I've actually had 2 residents now inquiring about why Foothills is not involved in that program.
Go ahead, CO Payne.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Council. Yeah, that is one program that I believe was discussed briefly by Council in the past. There's been other programs as well, such as home upgrades and energy efficiency, upgrade programs, low flow, water use in homes, types of renovation and upgrades that the province has put out there and other companies have put out there. And Council's discussion in the past was actually not to become an entity that provides loans to residents, because I believe the philosophy Council had discussed was that it didn't seem appropriate to be utilizing public tax dollars and funds to front end loans when banks and other opportunities are available at decent rates for people to take loans privately. So that's my recollection. I don't know, Mr. Reva Cambrian, if you had prior discussions with Council prior to the program that Councillor McHugh's mentioned, but my recollection is just that it was simply that there is access to private loans and funding options rather than using public funds to do something like that. And I see the Deputy Reeves also got some comments.
I'm going to go to Deputy Reeve and then we'll go to Mr. Reva Campbell.
Sure, thank you. I did dive into that quite extensively and looked at the City of Calgary's model and the opportunities and the costs and then the associated risks and inequity of providing only certain landowners with opportunities, and that the programs were fully subscribed in a very short order. So there was a number of factors. So I actually have distilled down a list in which I actually shared with residents as to our concerns related to the program, as well as the lack of opportunity to continue to secure the federal funding that's related to that. So I would be happy to share that. Perhaps I could bring that back next week and share the information that I had looked into and that the county had looked into previously on that.
One more quick.
Okay, I'll go back to CO Payne.
Yeah, and just, administratively, I would comment too, there's a cost to set up a program like this. And then if it's being put on taxes and collected separately, there's always an additional cost to the public to set up programs like that when private entities are already set up to provide that solution. So just something to think about anyways.
And Mr. Reva Cameron, did you have anything to add?
Yes, I agree with what the CA. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, what the CAO has said. The other issue was administrative capacity too, and I think that was mentioned that we just don't have the staff that would be able to, deal with a program if it took off. I mean, maybe you get one application, but what if you get a ton of them and then you get involved in these other programs as well? All of a sudden you need a staff member just to deal with the loan applications and all the other factors that go with it. So that's another reason council wasn't overly interested in getting involved. And there's a question whether it weighs on your debt limits or whether it doesn't. I guess that's council's reason back then, and I don't know if it would be the same today.
Okay, get back to you, Councillor McHugh.
Okay, thank you for that. Through the chair to Public Works. So I was coming home from Brant. And I believe I was on 248th Street, south of 23. It was either 248 or 232. And spent most of my time dodging potholes in the dust control coming home. And so I hope we don't have to send out paving crew to fill in potholes on a gravel road, but we're getting close to that time of year where they need to be set up to have further applications. But yeah, something wrong when you got to be dodging potholes and dust control when there's graders running up and down the road. Thanks.
Okay, let's go to our departments. Manager Weberg.
Good morning, Foothills Council. Nothing to report as of now, just what's on the agenda later.
Okay, Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I already touched on the bridge update by Old Mill Road there, and yeah, guys did a great job. The crew did a great job, and Kaylee Water Break as well. So rest of my updates are enclosed. Thank you.
Okay, Manager Cornelson.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Foothills County. I have a request for a cement pad at B2. Currently, I'm in the middle of interviews for seasonal and full-time positions. And we have stock talks coming up on April 7th. I have 5 confirmed to come to that so far. So yeah, that's all I got. Until later. Bye.
Okay, Councillor McHugh, I think has something for you.
Sure.
Sure, thanks. I guess I'll just raise this point quick. I don't know if there's anything we can do, but with the loss of 2% strychnine, it used to be extremely cost effective. So now a bag of Rosol is $250. So I don't know what we can do, but I just throw that out there. As much as using these safe products does work this time of year, it is completely unaffordable. I don't know how we actually, I don't know what the action item is here, but just bring that up as an attention item. Thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Cornelson, you got something to?
Yeah, it is an issue. Like we're currently baiting some of our areas now with that, and it is expensive. It is unfortunate that we didn't get strychnine. I gotta hope for next year, I guess, at this point, but yeah, I don't know if we could make that somewhat more affordable for producers. I don't know.
On that note, just thinking about the season that we're in right now. So the males are out. I don't normally check sex when they come out, but I assume the females are either coming out or will be out within the next week or so. And if a guy needs to deal with their gophers, now is the time. So I just wonder if it might be beneficial to put something out on social media just to remind people that you know one dealt with now is as good as 10 later on down the road. So just a thought. We'll go to Director Saulnier for any updates you may have.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Just a quick update on the fire risk status. Still currently, we have no restrictions in place, and that's due to the weather conditions and upcoming forecast. Looks like there's some snow coming, which is good. Rocky View County shows no restrictions. Vulcan County's got a fire advisory notice. Willow Creek shows no restrictions. Calgary Forestry notes low wildfire danger, but warns that snow melt exposes the dead dry grass. And has concerns on fast-moving fires until things green up, but they have no restrictions in place as well. And as always, we'll continue to monitor the weather conditions and moisture levels and fire risks throughout the county and update the status as needed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. The only update I have is our new officer began last week, and as such, I have an agenda item for his appointment as a bylaw officer today. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we do have a number of things on our agenda, and you guys are probably all have something on it. So let's get to it. Let's look at B1, disposal of equipment, page 3 of our agenda. Manager of Operations Bruce Weberg.
Morning, Council. Yes, I'd like to get the council's approval for the disposal of 13 pieces of equipment, cat grader, case backhoe, skid steer, Dodge pickup, Ford 450, 2 RM 500s, the tillers, Massey Ferguson 4-wheel drive tractor, 2 zero-turn mowers, and a Toro top dresser, as well as a walk-behind Dynapack packer. And I've added also to the list 815B Caterpillar packer. So just looking for a council's approval on that, and it'll go to the Michener Allen auction, which gave us the best rate.
Okay. So we have that recommendation on the bottom of page 3 to approve disposing of it at Michener Allen Auction in Calgary. What say council? Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Sure, thanks. So through the Chair of Public Works, so this is just equipment downsizing. We're not going to be replacing any of this equipment.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, most of this equipment has been scheduled for replacement. There's a couple pieces that are sitting in the yard not being utilized, but most of the equipment has been replaced with other.
Has been replaced.
Yeah.
Well, this is a little bit of a struggle. Michener Allen might be the lowest rate, but this is kind of some bigger equipment. I don't know if I can get into a Ritchie Brothers discussion here. That might be a better option than Michener Allen. I don't know what to say about that. I guess I struggle a little bit with the Toro top dresser. That's a pretty specific item. That's pretty new. I don't know that we just want to fire sale that one out the door. I think we'd want a reserve on that thing for what we spent for it originally. I find that one a little troubling to just let go at auction and not get fair value out of it.
Maybe Councillor, our manager Cornelson can answer that question. That's
sure. Yeah, we could look at different ways to sell it, I suppose. Like there's no rush for it. We're not replacing that with a, a similar unit or anything. So I don't know. I suppose we could try something different with that.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember when we bought the top dresser, I think part of it was to be used for cemeteries, and then it wasn't functional for that purpose. So then all it was doing was kind of the parks and ball diamonds and things like that. You recall that? That was before your time, but so just speaking to some of the equipment, so this is just kind of wore out, and some I see lots of it is houred out, but some of it's not. The Massey 4-wheel drive, I kind of recall when we bought that, I think it was just to pull a packer, wasn't it? I'm just speaking to the hours, so I haven't seen the actual equipment. It could be breakdown.
I really can't answer that one. So okay. I just know it's 2007. Maybe yeah. Manager.
Good morning, Council. A lot of this list was developed by supervisor of the shop, which is Brad Lewis. He's on vacation right now, but we had a pretty extensive look at over the years what was replaced through our capital purchases. This would have been one of those that was replaced by something else, or we bought something to replace it at that time.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Okay.
to speak to the hours on it, I'm not sure where that one was or why it needed replaced, but there had to been some reason on why it was slotted in there. So
2007, kind of maybe going around once, who knows?
yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Right. Yeah.
thanks for
Does that help?
All right, Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair. Yeah, I'm just also questioning the 2015 F450. 218,000 kilometers isn't really a huge amount. Is it a diesel or is it gas?
Through the chair to Councillor Estes, that is a gas motor. And I think there's been lots of repair issues with that truck.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. I don't see anybody else on my screen. Looks like some conversation happening though, so I would look for a direction. So the recommendation is to send this equipment to Michener Allen. Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Well, I keep looking at this list and I don't know that Michener Allen is the best choice. So I guess I don't know what Michener Allen's experience. Largely their cars, are they not? Like with the equipment that's going here, I think it's better exposure at Ritchie Brothers. I don't know if Public Works has a comment on that.
Yeah, through the council, our chairman to Councillor McHugh. In the past, we've taken a lot of equipment to Michener Allen and to haul it to Ritchie Brothers, which is in Edmonton. That would cost us a lot of money to haul it up there. And we've been getting pretty good prices for our equipment through Michener Allen, and they do sell a lot of heavy equipment.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks for that. And quickly, through the chair back to Manager Cornelison, I struggle with this Toro dresser because there's basically 0 hours on that thing. The original purchase price was up there, and then there was an attachment put on it as well. So I don't know if that, we do a reserve at Michener Allen?
I can definitely ask that question before we send it up there.
I guess I would just appreciate that. It's machine with no hours on it, and hate to just see that one accidentally get fire sale because it's not something that's recognizable as it's a specialty item. I think there might be a better way to dispose of it. Thanks.
Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair. And yeah, I would be curious to know if there's any possible way of finding out when some of this stuff was last used. Is it taking up extra space that if some of these items could be used at another point in time, do we really need to get rid of them?
Through the chair to Councillor Estes. Yeah, just as mentioned before, when we budget for the year in our capital budget, if we list items as replacement, to offload the shop from extensive repairs or expensive repairs that we do have to send out, I think we definitely look at some of these equipments based on what they've cost us in the past and what they could cost us if we continue to run them. So those are things that we look at. We do have complete tracking in our software that tells us when things have been repaired, when we've last used them, and kind of what they've cost us to maintain as well. So all of that's taken into account when we create these lists at Public Works. So.
Okay. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make the motion to approve the recommendation from staff. I can't go through all these vehicles and question each one. I do agree with the top dresser, but Michener Allen does do a great job. They do a lot of big equipment, and this top dresser is likely going to be taken up by a golf course. So the sooner we can get it into an auction would be the better. I watch the auctions quite carefully, and fire sale is not happening much anymore with all these auctions being online. There's a lot of people from all over the country that get to watch these things as opposed to being in person. So I don't see a lot of fire sales going on anymore. So I have good faith in Mitch and Allen that we'll get the best dollar possible for it. So make that motion for the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion to proceed with disposal at Mitchell Allen Auction, Calgary. Anybody else? Call a question. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to B2, Ag Service Board Shop Cement Pad, page 5 of our agenda, Manager Cornelson.
Hi there, thank you. So I'm just presenting this as just another request by us to kind of better our farm there. It's still under this renovation budget that we have. Since building the chem shed, we have about $46,000 left, and then also I think the last time we talked about something else as well, fixing something in the shop. But yeah, so this is a 30 by 20 foot cement pad, kind of outside of our shop, so we can clean our equipment. It's right by our pressure washer, so we can clean our equipment and don't have to walk or work in the mud there by the shop. So I've got the 3 quotes there. I've asked for to consider like the little bit more expensive quote from Big Rock Concrete, just because the Edward and Sons is not an inclusive price. He has a bunch of, if you look at his quote in yellow there, there's a bunch of extra costs that might be applicable. And I couldn't ever narrow down with him, like if there would be extra costs here or not. So it's, you know, I think there is definitely removal of soil required, you know, to put the pad down. So I'm assuming it's going to be more money than the Big Rock Concrete bid. So that's kind of why I pushed that one forward over the less expensive one. But any questions?
Any questions from council? So you think the Big Rock Concrete will be the cheaper one in the end?
I do, yeah. I just, you know, because like I say, he wasn't willing to, or didn't have time to come and, you know, take a closer look at it. So I sent him some pictures, and he said, yeah, you know, he couldn't guarantee how much more it will cost than the $9,600. So I'm just assuming it will cost more than the other bid, which is pretty close. And then it helps a little bit too that the Big Rock Concrete, they're the ones that are going to put the concrete into our chem shed, and so there'll be less, you know, I guess traffic and less different contractors on our site too. So I feel that's a bonus too as well. But I think in the final end, the price will be cheaper. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we have that recommendations to go with Big Rock Concrete on this pad. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, just clarification. They're doing the inside and they'll do the pad at the same time?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Question, comment, or emotion? Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you the motion to approve Big Rock Concrete to do that work.
Okay, we got that motion from Councillor Callister. Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, often when these guys come, they charge you for, you know, travel. So being that they're doing the 2 jobs at once, is there any savings there?
I don't think so. It's not written into the contracts. I mean, maybe they'll end up doing a little more for us in the final end, but I don't think that was written into them that they would be some kind of extra deal, but there might be, I guess, at some point. I don't know, but there's nothing guaranteed there. No, the price is what they'll charge us. Yeah.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Callister to approve the concrete work to Big Rock Concrete. I don't see anybody else. I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B3, Rapid Rescue Response, page 12 of our agenda. Fire Chief Marshall, welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, Foothills County. The proposal in front of you, Fire is requesting, is to purchase a 2026 6.8 liter gas F350 XLT model from High River Ford. Was the cheapest price. Looking at putting some larger tires on it, upgraded suspension, winch and bumper on it. with a lockable canopy. We presently have 2 of these trucks running in our fleet right now, one out of Heritage Point and one out of our Longview station. And we're having pretty good success with them. They're being used for medical calls, car crashes, equipment transport, personnel shuttling, towing our items. We have boats, side-by-sides, cargo trailers, things of that nature. It would be replacing a end-of-life truck out in Critis. It's a 27-year-old 1999 F450 that's reached the end of its functional life. We're having some troubles with it. I kind of laugh about it. It's got a built-in security system in that it's a standard truck, so not a lot of our members can drive that truck. But Public Works has done a good job trying to keep it on the road for us, but it's kind of reached the end of its life and it's causing us quite a few issues at this time. In January, we took this presentation to the Fire Board and received a recommendation at that time to bring it forward to council and for council to consider the purchase of the 26 F350 truck at a price not to exceed $89,866.05. And we did have budget pre-approval for this capital project coming into this year at $90,000. So we're right at the cusp of it. We're just under that $90,000 mark. And with that, I'll leave it with council and try to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Well, thank you for the presentation. And as mentioned, it was brought through the Fire Board. And could you just speak to the change to the 350 from the 450? Its efficiencies and portability. Is there any other comments you may make on that? The change from 450 to 350. Is there any reasons for that just that you might be able to share with us?
No, the 350 in question is sufficient for what we're doing. The side-by-sides and our cargo trailers are probably the biggest, heaviest units that we tow, and the 350 is capable of doing that. I can't speak to why the 450 was purchased back in 99. But the 350 is more than capable for what we're doing these days.
Very good. Thank you. And when ready, I'd be happy to provide that motion.
Okay, I'll take that motion right now from you. Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through the Reeve to, what's your title again? Fire Chief.
Chief Marshal.
As I brought up at the Fire Board meeting, I think the big issue here is that people cannot drive a standard. I think you should retain that truck and do the public a service and teach those guys and gals who can't drive a standard how to drive a standard. It could be a public safety issue.
Every household needs at least one standard. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair and through the chair to Marshall. Question, GST is included in that price?
Through the chair to Councillor Estes, yeah, our committee that was building this project took a look at all the local dealerships around, and High River Ford did come in the cheapest. So there was 2 GM dealerships included in this pricing. High River Ford seems to recently give us the best pricing. Our F-150s came from there last year as well. They were just a little bit less than the other dealerships. I'm not sure how they're able to do it, but we did look at the GMs as well. Yeah.
That's okay. I'm partial to Fords. They're better off-road. The next question, it is an automatic then?
Chair to Councillor Estes, yes, it is an automatic.
And last question, the 1999 will then be included to the possible equipment list that'll be going to?
Yeah, that's the plan. We can reach around Foothills County and see if any other departments have a use for it. Like I say, it does have quite a few mechanical issues ongoing with it right now. So when we get this new one built and put into service, it probably will end up going to auction.
Is it diesel or gas? The old one?
Sorry, technical issues. The 450 Impetus is a gas truck.
And how, mileage on it?
It doesn't have a lot of mileage on it. Last I checked, it was just over 53,000 kilometers. with emergency services, I know that's not a ton of kilometers, but those are hard kilometers on our truck. They don't get a lot of warm-up time. They're driven, you know, through various terrains. So the miles on it are quite hard miles on them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McHugh.
I assure you, they're easy kilometers compared to the 700,000 kilometers on my 03 Dodge.
Okay, so we have that motion from Deputy Reeve Old to authorize the purchase of the F-350 for $89,866.05. I don't see anybody else. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Let's go to B4, appointment of bylaw officer, page 14 of our agenda. We'll go to Deputy Director Peter Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. As I mentioned earlier, our new officer, Derek Hines, began employment with us last week. And in order to have him appointed as a bylaw officer, Section 3 requires council to appoint that by resolution. Derek Hines is a bylaw officer. So this morning, we're requesting that council consider his appointment.
Deputy Reeve Old.
Oh, well, I'd just like to say that's very exciting news and happy to have that additional assistance in the department. And again, I'd be very pleased to support that with the motion.
Okay, you gonna give me that motion then? To appoint Derek Hines as bylaw officer to carry out duties and responsibilities. Okay, anybody else? We have that motion from Deputy Reeve Old. All those in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to page 22. Request B5, request to license municipal reserve parcel, factory outlet trailers, municipal land administrator Fowler. Thank you for joining us today. Go ahead.
Thank you and good morning, Foothills Council. For us today is a request to license a municipal reserve parcel. It's located within the southwest quarter, section 19, township 19, range 28, west 4. It's plan 0713900, block 1, lot 5 MR, and it's about 1.77 acres. The applicant is Factory Outlet Trailer, David Thompson and Shane Koopman. And the parcel is located 0.2 kilometers east of Highway 2A and 2.2 kilometers north of the town of High River along 475 Avenue East, which is a cul-de-sac. In January of this year, the applicant submitted a letter requesting that council consider licensing the MR for stewardship purposes and for short-term trailer overflow storage. The municipal reserve parcel borders an ER that contains a seasonal creek. The parcel is relatively flat and is currently unfenced. It's accessed directly from 475 Avenue East and is located across from the applicant's general industry business lot. They actually own 2 lots side by side right there. The applicants indicate that they don't intend to create any environmental impacts and have outlined 2 potential uses for council's consideration. Option number 1 would be for short-term trailer overflow storage. They note that the trailers proposed for storage don't contain engines, fuel, or glycol and therefore present minimal environmental risk. Option number 2 would be for staff parking and trailer storage. The applicants state that the trailers would not pose harm to the adjacent ER. They also note that employee vehicles are generally less than 10 years old, reducing the likelihood of leaking contaminants. The applicant has made an offer of $300 per year for a renewable 5-year term, increasing to $900 per year after year 3. We circulated the request internally and received a comment from Public Works that they had no concerns with the request as presented, although they did ask that we specifically include language in the agreement that excludes the parcel being utilized for snow storage. And that has been, for snow storage, that has been removed from other parcels, as the applicant had previously made that request and was denied. They note that snow storage poses significant environmental risks, primarily through the contamination of soil and water from runoff, which can carry road salts, oils, and debris. Improperly managed piles can lead to localized flooding, damage to vegetation, and pollution of groundwater or nearby water bodies. We also received a comment from community services after the staff report was prepared. They recommend that should council agree to license this parcel to the applicant, that we require the land to be returned to its original level and vegetative state to our satisfaction if used for parking or vehicle storage. So our request of council today we've listed a couple options for consideration. Option A would be that if council is amenable to landowner's request, to direct administration to accept the applicant's request to license the subject parcel with the following terms of the yearly fee of $300 per year, increasing to $900 a year after the third year. That we ask that council determine the appropriate amount of years if they wanted to actually license it, and to define the purpose, choosing one of the two options or an alternate solution. There would be a proposed management plan of fencing, weed control and maintenance, and we can also include in there the reclamation of the parcel post license period if council so wishes. And option B would be to direct administration to put this parcel for bid, posting it in the Western Wheel and advertising it to collect bids to bring back to council. And option C would be to deny the request at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I guess I'll maybe just start. I don't think the entirety of the parcel would be appropriate for what they're proposing, perhaps a portion of it. I'm just a little bit concerned about the proximity to the creek and the influences that could have on it. And gravel. So they would just leave it in grass and deal with the fire risk that would be. Is that kind of what I don't understand?
Thank you. That's my impression, that they would just leave it as grass the way it is and pull vehicles or trailers on it as allowed. It's really quite small. I went out there and had a look. It's quite flat. The boundary of the parcel, if you look at it on the survey, it does leave some room for the creek. Like there's some space in between it, but it is more or less flat and bumpy and just, it was never, I don't think it was ever utilized for anything other than just native grasses and what have you. So it's a little rough out there, but.
Okay. Yeah. I guess from my perspective, I'd be interested in having a bit of a more fulsome look at it to see what portion of land would be safe to use, just environmentally and such. And then if there is a reasonable amount of land that would be usable, I'm not sure why we wouldn't just look to subdivide off that portion and sell it as opposed to lease it out. But I think just a little more fulsome look would be my preference. With that, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the floor. Yes, I would agree. Like, how high is the old grass if it hasn't been grazed in there or anything? What was the height of the dead grass there? And yeah, I would just say, I mean, when you have wet weather, you got trailers going in there and vehicles. I can see it becoming a real mess with ruts and everything if it wasn't gravelled. And then if you're going to gravel it, they need permission to do that. So, and approaches and whatnot. So.
Deputy Revol.
Thanks. I have the same, I guess, echo the same thing as the Reeve and our councillor, just concerned about this getting pretty chewed up. If there was a sort of a north portion that was outlined and it was quite a ways back, and there was a setback sort of equal to the road that's to the north there, perhaps there might be a way for a small portion of it, but definitely not the whole parcel. So I don't know if it's appropriate to just speak to the one. And again, you did request from us to hear about the potential of putting that out. But again, I think we'd have to detail what the specific area is that it would be appropriate for what we were going to put out for bid if we did that route as well. So I think it's not quite settled on the location of appropriate for what likely could be as Public Works identified with clearing of snow. How could you not clear snow, and where would you put it if you didn't put it on the land or bucket up against the edge of the area that was allowed? So there's I think a challenge related to the quality of the runoff that would be as was stated in your report. So thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Okay. Emily Fowler, did you have anything more to add after the comments?
Thank you. Yes. As for the grass, it was laying down because of the snow right now, so it doesn't look substantial. It's just, you could just tell it hadn't been utilized. I mean, we've had it for a number of years, so it's just muddy and bumpy. It's not the best terrain, but it's also relatively flat, so easy enough to start to use. And it was terribly muddy when I was out there too, it being spring, so I imagine any kind of vehicle use in there would most certainly tear up. There, it's not a very well-developed approach. It's just kind of been, you could tell there's been traffic in and out of it in the past, so it wasn't very well defined, but you know where you're coming in and out of. But definitely pretty muddy. And the snow clearing, the exclusion of snow clearing would be specifically coming off of other parcels that the applicant owns. They were having some difficulties earlier this year with clearing snow from the factory outlet trailers. They were running out of places to put it, so they'd asked if they could store it on the MR, and we declined again because you never know what's going to be in that snow, and then to put it on the MR isn't appropriate. It can contaminate the MR. So we just wanted to be very clear that it could not be utilized for offsite snow storage from other parcels. Snow from that very parcel, that's kind of can be stored there because it falls there, so it has to be there. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if you happen to know who owns the part to the east of the creek? Okay. Don't know. Okay, Foothills County. Yeah. ER, okay, thank you. Sorry, that was probably in there.
Okay, I don't see anybody else, so as is in my, I guess my recommendation would be to deny the request at this time. I think there's some other things we could be looking at and doing with this parcel, so. Would anybody like to provide further comment or a motion? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking here, on option A, the fee if we were to lease it out is only $300 a year.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor McHugh, that's what the applicant offered. Our fees bylaw schedule states that it's a minimum of $250 per parcel, or memory serves me $30, or it's $45 per acre, whatever is greater. And this is only 1.77 acres. So really 250 would be the minimum we could accept. So the applicant, they offered 300. We have the ability to set it at whatever it is that we would think it would, or council would think was appropriate, and they could determine if they wanted to pay it, I suppose.
Okay, well, thanks for that. So I'm just struggling a little bit. I don't know that our bylaw contemplates commercial uses. So I guess I'm just struggling a little bit with the rate as I guess I'll wait for the answer on that one.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor McHugh. No, our bylaw does not contemplate any kind of commercial uses. Basically, what we outline in there would be grazing, cultivation, or stewardship. And this wouldn't fall under any of those typical usages. It's definitely an unusual request. We don't tend to, I don't think we look at requests of this nature very often. As far as I'm aware, any kind of parking on MRs has come at our behest. We've allowed it on certain parcels as a solution to other problems that we may have had in the past for commuters or bicyclists or anything. So.
Okay, thanks for that. So I kind of agree with the Reeve that a little further investigation might be required here. But considering that this is a commercial use, I think I would just add into the conversation that if this was to proceed, that it might have to be at a commercial rate, as it doesn't really fit with our bylaw. Thanks.
Okay, do we have a motion from anybody? Deputy Reeve, go ahead.
Sure, I'll move let me just get the right option here. C. Deny
Deny
the
the request
request
at
at this time, and then investigation can take place separate from this.
Okay, so we have that motion to deny the request at this time. From Deputy Owl, all in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's see if we can get B6 done while we have Municipal Advisor Reva Cameron here. Fee bylaw amendment. Page 28 of our agenda, Deputy Director of Public Works, Kruger. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff have reviewed Schedule G of the fee schedule, which is the utility rates and fees. And we're proposing amendments summarized in the section below on the staff report. The proposed bylaw amendment and revised fee schedule G are attached to the report as well for council's consideration. Should council grant first reading of the bylaw, council may at its discretion direct administration to schedule a public meeting. If council elects to proceed with a public meeting, notice of a public meeting and the proposed amendments would be advertised in 2 consecutive issues of the Western Wheel newspaper and would be made available on the county's website. Just want to remind council as well, there was a proposed fee schedule approved by council on October 18th, 2023, that takes us from 2023 to 2026. And I would suggest our proposed changes, the majority of them as laid out below, we're kind of in line with the 2025 schedule, with the exception of the mechanical plants where we fall with where we're supposed to be in 2026. So these proposed 2% increases still fall within that approved council schedule. We're just a year back with the water. So with that, I'll pass it on to Municipal Advisor Reva Cameron.
Go ahead.
Yes, good morning, Council. So I handed out a sheet. It's got some writing on it, some in red. So the writing in the black is March 20th, 2023. I probably should have put March 23rd, 2026 in red, but anyway, that's a mistake. So council agreed to the rules that are outlined in black, and just following through where we are now. I will acknowledge that there's a saying that people who are good at excuses are seldom good at anything else. So I could get asked why this is so late, because we're not January 1st. We're looking at the change to the rates on May 1st. But it was a matter of having the numbers, having the final numbers for 2025. So January 1st, 25, we put 2% in as council had agreed to 2% over a number of years. The reason it wasn't ready for the January 1st, 26 is just because of all our construction and all the work with High River on rates and not knowing what the final numbers for 25 would be. I just felt it was necessary to have those numbers in order to justify an increase or perhaps a larger increase if it was necessary. So I know we have limited time, so I'll go through quickly. The Scott Siemens Arena, the 2 schools and the Red Deer Lake School, council had agreed to not put those costs into the overall rates. And since that time, we have been dealing with issues with the septic fields out at these locations. And we are now charging back full cost to the school divisions and to Scott Siemens Arena for the maintenance. There's a monthly charge we have with a contractor now because the systems hadn't been maintained, I say 20 years. And we were having problems in both Red Deer Lake and Heritage Heights. So I believe that's taken care of, and we're a lot closer to full cost recovery. Used to be quite a loss there, but Public Works has taken care of that. The next one, new councillors may not be aware, but out at Hawks Landing, we do their landscaping through a contractor and also other types of maintenance. And we charge them an administration fee, and that is a surcharge on their utility bills. And so that one is exempted as well, because it's just full cost recovery on the service that we deliver to them that actually we don't deliver to anybody else. The sewage treatment that we use at A-Builts and a few lots to the south, it goes into the High River Lagoons, and there is a charge for that, of course. And one of the issues is the pipe. There's a 4-inch pipeline in there, and there's water infiltrating into that pipeline. So we are attempting to reduce that, but we're not fully collecting the costs, and the retainer fee of 33,400 we're not collecting. If you looked at 25's rates, we're actually paid 24 and 25 in 25. So town hadn't billed us, and so they received their payment a year late. Waste collection, that's pretty straightforward. Our contract changes, and so it goes up by 2%. The fee that we pay T&T for picking up waste. Interesting with waste, I believe come this fall through the ERP program with the province, our residents who have garbage collection will also obtain recycling bins at no charge, and the province covers that cost. And there's some discussion that it may apply to Heritage Point and perhaps Prentice Greens, which provides their own service. So the mechanical systems. So when we first put the different rate for mechanical systems in, we had missed an item that only occurs every 3 years, which is we have to pump out 18 septic tanks. For the rest of the users in Prentice Greens and Hawks Landing, we take care of the sludge separately, but there was a cost. So that's why we're suggesting a 4% increase rather than a 2%, so that we fully recover that extra cost that I guess I was unaware that this happened. And anyway, so it's this year we have to pump them out, but it'll take us 3 years to recover that number. And so then the rest, as we go down through number 8 there, it's just where we're at. And other than the line loss, we're on target. And from what we can see for 27, things are looking good. Number 9 is the transfer station. So we have 2 transfer stations at Prentice. Actually, it's next to Prentice Greens, and the one at Black Diamond. And we've charged $2 a bag. So what happens, these bags are sold to 2 stores in Millerville, and the other one's Diamond Valley, sorry. And then we sell the bags at the Prentice transfer station as well. It's been a long time. As I mentioned, it hasn't changed in all these years. So that's the $2 was the initial charge, and it hasn't changed. But we are, falling way back on this. So throw that out there. And one I didn't put on, just so council's aware, a lot of municipalities charge for stormwater. The county, of course, we deal with stormwater throughout the county, not just in our subdivisions, but throughout the, we deal with culverts and, so we have a lot of cost to stormwater that we've never really tried to quantify. But in these newer subdivisions, there's actually stormwater structures besides culverts. And so we've just, if you look at a urban utility bill, you'll see a cost for stormwater on there, but we're not suggesting we go there because, like I say, we spend money throughout the county on dealing with water, the movement of water, stormwater. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you for that. So the request today is to provide first reading to the fee bylaw amendment. Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Advisor Reva Cambrian. Sorry, the $2 is for the cost of the bag?
That is correct. They buy the bag for $2.
Well, I guess my only concern is I hope we're not making profit on that. We need to sell that at cost. My concern is it's better to have garbage going where it's supposed to go so that we're not picking it up after the ditch later, in the ditch later. Thanks.
If I may, the $2 is not just, it's the cost they pay for the bag, but that is supposed to cover the cost of operating the transfer station. So people take those bags and they take them to the transfer station. We then have to haul that garbage to the regional landfill, and there's a tipping fee. And, so that's where the majority, and then we have caretakers at the transfer stations because we can't trust people to obey the rules. So you have to have someone there when they're open. They're not open full time, but so we have 2 caretakers, one at each station.
So number 9 at the very bottom, net cost of the transfer station is $95,000. What is the return? What do we get back?
So we receive about 50,000 in revenue for the transfer stations and for the costs related to operating the transfer stations, it's an additional, so 145,000 approximately. I rounded the numbers off, but.
Okay. And you spoke about pumping out the sludge out of septic tanks. I believe it was at Prentice Greens. Do we do that every 3 years? I'm just trying to understand how that compares to the lots at the east end of Blackie. I believe they pay for that. What's the difference that we're paying for this and they're not?
Well, the difference is when we took over Prentice Greens, that was the service that was provided. So they all the users share in the dealing with the sludge. So it's built into their cost. At Blackie, which is a sewage system that's based on a lagoon, you would have to build a pump station in order to eliminate the septic tanks in that small subdivision on the east end of Blackie. So they pay their own. They have to pump them out every 2 to 3 years, just like everybody else in the country. But that's the way it was when they purchased their lots. And Prentice Greens at the time they designed the system, they didn't want to put in a pump station, so they put 18 septic tanks in, and then that was absorbed into the full overall. So it's part of our assumption of the system, and it's part that everybody has to, that's why we've included it to be cost recovery from all of the users in Pritis Greens and Hawks Landing.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. Anybody like to give me the motion for first reading or otherwise? Motion for first reading of the proposed bylaw amendment comes from Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I'll give you the motion for first reading.
Okay, we have that. Don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's take a couple minutes break. We are running a little bit late, so let's try to be quick. We'll come back for a public hearing. Welcome back. I will open our 10 o'clock public hearing for Killam Southwest 7, 2228 west of 4 redesignation ag to CR. Manager Bear, would you please start by introducing council administration? Oh, sorry. Before you go there, I'm going to go to Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. For this application, due to the potential pecuniary conflict, I will recuse myself from this application.
Okay, now we'll go back to Manager Barrett for introductions of council and admin.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, and good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, and Councillor Benita Estes. Sorry, Laura Kendall.
Thank you. That's flattering. Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Two people in one today.
Yeah.
Okay, I will lay out the procedure for our public hearing today. We're going to start with a presentation from our planning officer. Today, that is Planning Officer Chip Chase. Following that, we will go to the applicant and agent for any presentation or comments that you have. Following that, we will go to members of the public, should anybody come, for any comment that they do provide. Following that, we will then go to closing comments, first to the applicant and agent, and then back to planning officer. At every step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. So with that, Planning Officer Chip Chase, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This is not going to go full screen. We're not advancing. So good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you is from Mr. and Mrs. Dan and Susan Killam in coordination with Mr. John Callister. This is a request to redesignate a portion of the property that's legally described as the southwest of 7/22/28 west of 4 from agricultural subdistrict A to country residential district in order to facilitate the future subdivision of one 2.55 acre country residential district lot with a 28.72 acre agricultural subdistrict A balance. There is a future boundary adjustment that is also to be considered in concurrence with Mr. Callister, who is the owner of Plan 1111914 Block 1 Lot 6, that is to provide the new lot with access to a county road. The parcel is within Division 6, located directly east of 80th Street East, approximately 8.5 kilometers northeast of Highway 2, 2 kilometers east of the intermunicipal development plan between the City of Calgary and Foothills County, 1.5 kilometers north of Dunbow Road, and 1 kilometer south of the Bow River. The proposal asks Council to consider redesignation of a portion of the applicant's property from agricultural subdistrict A to country residential district to allow the future subdivision of one 2.55 acre lot shown here in orange, leaving a 28.72 acre agricultural district balance parcel in blue south and east of the proposed acreage. The new parcel would not have direct legal and physical access to a developed municipal road. As such, the applicants are proposing a future boundary adjustment with the neighboring parcel to the west, whereby 0.83 acres would be removed from Plan 1111914, Block 1, Lot 6, and added to the new lot in the form of a 15-meter wide panhandle as located here in green, which would increase the size of the new lot from 2.55 acres to 3.39 acres, and would reduce the size of the adjacent parcel, Block 1, Lot 6, from 4.5 acres to 3.67 acres. As explained in the last slide, the new lot will access 80th Street as shown here by the green arrow via a 15-meter wide panhandle through the neighboring property as shown here in yellow. Access to the balance is to continue to be maintained from 80th Street East in the location of the red arrow here. The access in this location is an undeveloped 30-meter wide road right-of-way, as shown here in blue, that has a driveway constructed through it that is approximately here. This driveway provides access to 3 existing lots as well as the applicant's balance parcel, as shown. The 3 quarters shown here on the screen, which include the applicant's lands at the very top, have a variety of road-related encumbrances or areas surveyed out that were put in place with various subdivisions over the years. Beginning at the top where the applicant's parcel is located, the 30-meter wide undeveloped road right-of-way that was previously mentioned adjacent to their parcel is shown here in blue. Moving south, there are 2 10-meter wide acquisition of land caveats shown here in yellow that were registered on these 2 titles, with a 10-meter wide access right-of-way registered across this lot in orange as access to the east parcel. Moving further south, there are 2 15-meter wide road right-of-ways surveyed out of 2 titles as shown here in red, with a 15-meter wide access right-of-way registered across this lot in pink as access to the east parcel. South of the road right-of-ways shown in red, there are 2 additional road right-of-ways surveyed out of 2 titles shown here in green. These right-of-ways are 10 meters in width. And finally, directly east of the right-of-ways in green, there's an additional 10-meter wide road acquisition registered by caveat here in yellow. As you can see, there have been some consideration for the possibility of providing additional access management between a number of the 40-acre parcels that are created here by the Calgary Regional Planning Commission, possibly to allow easier ability to subdivide these lands. However, the varying widths and different mechanisms used to protect these lands would be challenging for any future road construction at this time. The photos you will see of the site are from the site inspection that was recently completed on March 18th, 2026, except for the one that you see here on the screen, which was taken with past inspection of the property in 2023, just for the varying degrees of cover on the trees. This is the existing approach to the balanced parcel facing east from 80th Street, with the approach to the proposed panhandle to the adjacent property here to the far left of the screen. Facing back towards the balance on 80th Street from the last photo, this is another view of the undeveloped road that was previously mentioned that is surveyed out, whereby this driveway has been constructed as access to the applicant's balance, as well as the 3 additional lots. At the eastern end of the previously mentioned driveway is the applicant's access to their balance parcel, as well as the access to the adjacent landowner's driveway. The undeveloped road continues to the east between these 2 parcels, approximately shown in red. Moving along the applicant's southern boundary, we're looking back west to the location of the last photo, where the east-west run of the undeveloped right-of-way is. The undeveloped road extends along the south boundary, adjacent to the applicant's property, where it comes to a right angle and then continues south here. The MR adjacent to the east side of the undeveloped road would be located approximately here. Moving back to 80th Street, facing east to southeast, this is the approximate location to the proposed panhandle access to the new lot, with the proposed approach to be constructed approximately here. The adjacent property that is providing the land for the panhandle has an existing approach, and it is located here. And the balance approach that was previously discussed within the undeveloped road right-of-way would be here to the far background. Moving east to the last photo, this is where the panhandle would connect with the boundary adjusted acres here to the left. The panhandle would then extend along this north boundary of the applicant's parcel, with the bulk of the proposed lot being located here to the far right of the screen. Taking a look at the physiography, the parcel consists of low, flat grassland throughout, excepting out the yard site that was constructed on the property between 2011 and 2012. Areas of open grassland, as well as groves of aspen, buckbrush, and willow, are sporadic to the west side of the parcel and dominate the eastern portion. There are 4 identifiable wetlands on the parcel, 3 within the lands to be subdivided, and 1 within the lands to be included in the future boundary adjustment. One is located within the proposed lot here along the north boundary, with water observed within this wetland in Google and County imagery in 2011 through 2014 and 2020. The second wetland is located along the southern boundary here, encroaching into the MR, the road right-of-way, and the neighboring lot. Water was observed in this wetland in the same years as the small wetland to the north. The third wetland is located along the extreme western boundary of the property here. The majority of this wetland resides on to a neighboring lot to the west, with only a small portion of its eastern boundary located on the applicant's lands. And the fourth is located here along the north boundary, where the panhandle to the new lot is proposed. There's also what is the remains of a sand outdoor riding arena, as shown in the aerial imagery in this location. Based on the overall physiography of the site, the applicants commissioned SEMA Plus to carry out a wetland impact and assessment report for the property, which identified there to be 2 Class 2 wetlands within the development area. One is within the proposed lot and balance parcel as shown here, and one within the proposed panhandle to be acquired from the adjacent property here. The applicants employed horizon surveys to plot these wetlands on their site plan, as you have seen on the screen, in conjunction with the proposed lot lines for the new parcel. The new parcel is identified by the thick red line with the balance outlined in black. Based on the outcome of the SEMA Plus report, the applicants reached out to Alberta Environment and Protected Areas and obtained a conditional approval from their department to disturb 2 wetlands within the applicant's property and the adjacent lands for the construction of a new residence on the proposed lot and for the construction of a driveway within the panhandle to the new lot. Council will have noted in their staff reports a request for a condition to be provided should approval be granted to the application that Subdistrict A be considered for the new lot to ensure compliance with Alberta Environment's conditional approval to the satisfaction of their department and for compliance with the engineering requirements to be completed as conditions of subdivision as requested by Public Works. The east wetland impacts the west boundary of the proposed lot. Therefore, the landowners have provided a building envelope for the lot that is shown here in red, which captures the county's typical setback requirements, as well as providing a 10-meter setback to the edge of the east wetland. It's assumed that the 10-meter setback may relate to the recommended vegetated filter strip for a wetland within the province's stepping back from the water document. However, the applicant's agent may provide further explanation on how the building envelope and the setbacks were established. The envelope also shows there to be a location for a new residence in the far northwest corner of the building envelope, further illustrating the potential for a septic field in the far northeast corner of the envelope here in yellow. The applicants have also provided a septic disposal evaluation, and in following the results of that report, it is anticipated that a mound septic system will need to be installed within the new lot. Expanding the site plan, the proposed parcel is identified by the solid red line with the wetlands in blue. When plotting the site plan, it came to the attention of the surveyor that the water well drilled for the proposed lot was located 0.41 meters within the southwest property line, and further that the water well had been drilled within one of the identified wetlands. That well would be located on the site plan approximately here. The applicants, in their due diligence, reached back out to Alberta Environment and Protected Areas and were asked to submit details of the well to AEPA for further approval. The applicant's agent will provide additional detail regarding the well and their correspondence with AEPA in their presentation. The site plan also illustrates there to be 5 existing structures on the balance parcel, which do not meet setbacks to the existing property lines. Those structures are circled here in blue, one of which is a shipping container. Upon site inspection of the property, it was also noted that a second shipping container has been added to the property, approximately shown here in red. An agricultural district parcel under the county's land use bylaw is allowed 1 shipping container. Therefore, along with setback relaxations to those structures that are circled in blue, the property may also require a development permit approval for the second shipping container. In speaking with the applicant's daughter, it was provided that the second shipping container has been placed temporarily on her parents' property until construction of their residence can be completed. As well as the house in the adjacent parcel, which is to be included within the future boundary adjustment. It is currently in compliance with setbacks, however, has been shown not to comply with setbacks with the introduction of the panhandle to the new lot along the north boundary, as shown here circled in blue. With this, staff is looking for council's direction regarding the 6 structures on the applicant's balance and the 1 structure on the lands to be involved in the future boundary adjustment as to whether these are to be considered as non-conforming or whether the applicants are to obtain a relaxation of setbacks to bring them into compliance with the county's land use bylaw. This is a visual of the existing accessory buildings within the balance that do not meet the county's 15-meter side yard setback requirements to the existing boundaries of the applicant's parcel, along with the second shipping container that has been added to the site, which is the orange one that's located here. Moving into the overall plan area, here facing southeast, the proposed panhandle for the new lot would be approximately here on the north boundary to the left of the screen. The bulk of the proposed lot is to the far background, and the residence on the balance parcel is behind the aspens here to the right of the screen. Facing south to southwest, this is the wetland between the proposed lot, the panhandle to the proposed lot, and the balance of the parcel. From within the proposed lot facing west, the wetland between the proposed lot and balance parcels is here, with the panhandle portion of the lot here along the north boundary and the water well in the far southwest corner of the proposed lot located here. The residence on the balance is to the background here. And here, still within the proposed lot facing north, the wetland is now to the left, along with the water well for the new lot and the residence on the balance. The panhandle to the new lot would also be here to the far background. The application was circulated in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on March 11th and March 18th, 2026. And to area landowners within a half mile of the application, there was 1 letter of support submitted from an area landowner prior to today's hearing and 2 late submissions provided to council, the applicant, and staff this morning by the county's Legislative Services Department. Internally, the application was also referred to the county's Public Works Department, who have recommended that the new lot provide the following as conditions of subdivision approval: high water table testing for foundation design, septic disposal evaluation, lot grading and overland drainage plan, building envelopes, an engineered driveway with the engineering provided as a condition of subdivision and construction as a condition of development permit, AEPA approval for the water well within the wetland, and compliance with the SEMA Plus report as required by AEPA. Finally, as previously mentioned in the presentation, staff is looking for council's direction regarding the accessory buildings on the applicant's balance and the residents within the lands to be involved in the future boundary adjustment. Staff is also looking for council to consider adding a condition, should they choose to approve the application, for a development permit to be obtained for the second CCAN on the balance parcel, which may also require a relaxation of setbacks. And this would conclude my presentation, Mr. Reeve and Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council or administration? Seeing none, we'll go to the applicant and your agent. If you could start by introducing yourselves and then proceed with anything you have to share today.
My name is Jennifer Dobbin. I'm with Dobbin Consulting. I've been development managing this application through the process and working with the county to get it through and negotiated for access to the roads and everything like that from the very beginning.
Hi, everyone. I'm Susan Killam. I'm the owner of the property that we're subdividing or trying to subdivide off of.
I'm Jenna Gillum. I'm hoping that when this is done, I will be building a house.
Thanks, Jenna. Do this. Sorry. Yeah. Yep. I think we have to hit the play button. Maybe. Oh, there we go. Thanks, Jenna. Thanks, Teresa, for that presentation. I think you covered almost everything I was going to talk about, but I am happy to talk to further about the wetlands. Just as a bit of an introduction, this was quite a bit of time was spent in a pre-application phase with the county talking about how to gain access to this lot. We did look at all around the lot, even coming in from the west, from the east, from the south. Just for full disclosure, using the existing driveway through her parents' property made it difficult to find access to the lot with where the house was located, but also the county indicated they would require a full road upgrade to use that because you're now putting 5 homes on a single road access point. So we looked at an alternative for the panhandle. I'm just providing this slide for reference of where the wetlands are, and then the dotted line around the blue is where SEMA has indicated that the setback of the riparian area, the 10 meters, is required. So we can see that the house is outside of that, but the driveway would cross over both wetlands. And the application to the to Province of Alberta to AEPA indicated this clearly. Next slide. There we go. So we showed them clearly that the driveway would be impacting these wetlands. The engineers at SEMA Plus indicated that these were class 2 wetlands. I had the adventure of going out with them in November to dig the holes in the ground and find the snails and determine what classification of wetland it was. And they determined they were class 2. So in the province of Alberta uses the stepping back from water guide, and this is our table 3, which shows that class 1 and class 2 wetlands require a 10-meter strip of perennial grasses and willow adjacent to the water body. That's the step back that's required. And then, of course, the driveway will be cutting through that. It won't be stepping back from it. And so an application was made to AEPA to have that relaxed or allowed. In doing that, SEMA assessed the value of going through those wetlands, and this amount will have to be paid to mitigate the loss of the bit of wetland that the driveway will be going through. Oh, it's already been paid, Jenna tells me. Thank you. And so all of that resulted in the province of Alberta granting approval, and this is just a copy. I think this was also in your materials showing that. And I'm happy to speak more if councillors have questions about how the AEPA guidelines and requirements and authority intersect with your municipal requirements. But I don't need to go all the way through that if you don't want to. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them to the best of my understanding. The next issue is the well that was drilled, and it was drilled within that wetland area. I communicated and provided both the geotechnical report as well as it's called the well job report to AEPA in emails. And they indicated for us that that well and the construction of the well is not impactful. They would not be interested in exploring that further, and that because it's for a residential use of less than 1,250 cubic meters per year, there's no license required for that well. So from a planning perspective, we're in compliance with the setbacks required, the mitigation required by the province of Alberta under their authority under the Water Act, as well as the well is in, they're not interested in pursuing further investigation on that well. It's a sleeved well. It should not impact the wetland. And if we look at the pictures, we can see it's hard to tell where it's even put in. It wasn't much disruption to have it put in, and it's been repaired since then. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about this. Jenna, did you want to speak to the temporary structures or?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I think to reach.
There's a number of horse shelters on our property, and all the horse shelters are on skids, and I move them around yearly, sometimes twice a year. So they ended up where they ended up, not out of them being permanently where they are. And the panels, there's 2W panels that go around them to secure the horses in a paddock. And those panels are movable as well. And so we just move them as needed to give the ground a rest from where they are. And so I dig out all the manure out of all the shelters, and I hook them up to my 3/4 ton, and I drag them around the property. And yeah, so they're very easily moved. I think there was a question in a permit about having the second CCAN. And I'm on the High River Ag Society board, and on that board with me is a fellow that moves them for us. And so Roger Hamill said he'll come move that whenever there's a road and it's not wet, for him to bring his big truck in and move it over, hopefully to what would be my daughter's new place. Thank you.
And then there's also a hay shed that it's the one you brought over from Great.
It's a shelter though. Yeah, it's a horse shelter. I think Jenna just reminded me that one of the shelters we use as a hay shed, that one is also on skids, and I can move that to be in compliance with the 15 meters as soon as it's not as wet as it is right now.
Yeah, it's good. They're on movable.
Yeah, they're all on skids.
Thank you. And with regards to the portion of the house that would now be within the 15-meter setback on the Callister parcel, it is understood that a relaxation would be required through a development permit, and the client's willing to do that, of course. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much for that. We will go to council and administration for any questions that we have. Director Hemingway, go ahead.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about the road, or the undeveloped road plan that you currently access on and 3 of your neighbors currently access on. I'm just wondering if you had I think you had mentioned you had looked at a design potentially of utilizing that road. Where would you have placed the lot if you had contemplated utilizing that road plan as access versus a panhandle along the north boundary?
Thank you, through the chair. The client's indicating that they probably would have put a house in a similar position, but may have had to move it more over to the east in order for the driveway to come around her parents' home and over to that section without, going really close to their home. So this is in the early stages of trying to sort all of this out. There was a lot of conversation about where the home would go, where that road could go, how it could be accessed.
Okay, but you would need some kind of panhandle then that would cut the balanced parcel in half, I'm thinking.
Or an easement for access for that driveway.
Or you could tuck it up beside the road also, closer, as opposed to being along the north boundary. It's very rare for council to see an undeveloped road plan that accesses 4 parcels and then allow it to be further subdivided without developing the road. Who looks after the road now? How is the road maintained?
My brother John and my husband Dan when he's well.
They plow it and grade it and keep it in decent shape.
Yes.
By yourselves. So the school bus doesn't go on up and down that road. It goes out to 80th Street. It won't go up and down that road, I'm sure.
The school bus. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
My sister-in-law, John's wife, drives school bus.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what? Like she has to. And then no, future children, grandchildren for me. No. I went to school in that house that's now on Rolling Mix property, and also the one that my brother owns. And we always walked up to the road to catch the bus. Yeah.
Yeah, I have concerns with that road plan. And I just wondered if you had contemplated allowing for the subdivision of your parcel for your daughter off that road and developing that road versus doing the panhandle.
We did look at that initially, and between between,
It's just
the
hard
look.
to hear you talk a little loud.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
That was the first place that we looked when we started talking about this, like 2, 3, however many years ago now. And the issue was the location of the house, and then secondarily, the cost of upgrading the road. Yeah, it was like $500,000 now to do it. But on top of that, the layout didn't work for us to be able to put the house on this, for us to be able to put the house on the side that has the least amount of impact. We were initially looking at putting it near the back of the property towards 81st Street on the other side. But we would have had to get easements from other people's driveways, and we were told that easements were
They're not
not
gonna fly.
preferable.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why we ended up where the house was, and then it became even less feasible to try to figure out how to get the driveway to go around and then hook across. That's
Thank
why we're doing it.
Yeah, it's just a lot of issues between access and the wetlands. But you know, I was just wondering if you had a second alternative to use for the road that would work for you.
I think there was 4 different options that we canvassed in a report that you provided me like a long time ago.
We did get up to 7 at one point.
Yeah.
Just get right into the mic there.
We tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of consideration, and you'll notice that even with the panhandle, we tried to go past the wetland a fair ways, so the house wouldn't be in the wetland. It's just been quite a complicated file for even when the initial conversations were happening with the county about road access. And because we looked at, there's a panhandle left over on the far east side from rolling mix. And the conversation was, could that be purchased and the home be put over there to get access? But you'd have a similar situation, not wetlands involved, but another long panhandle onto the property to try to get access.
Great, thank you.
All right, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering about the well and how we came to put the well right in that particular spot. You did show a picture that, and AEP is showing that it's very little disturbance and usually is to drill a well, but now we have to connect that well to the house. So we're going to dig a 8 to 10 foot trench, which is quite disturbing of the area. So did AEP have any comments about that?
No, they didn't. And they have the images of where it's located and what the condition of the site is now, with the understanding that it will be a well that's used for residential purposes. So I'd anticipate that they understand that that temporary disturbance will occur and then it'll be remediated during landscaping.
And how did we come to that area? Was that witched or?
We did rely on the well drilling team Titan to place it in a location where they would get the most water from it. They had a long lead time of we'll be on site, we'll be on site, we'll be on site, we'll be on site. And then the day they came on site, I found out after the fact. I would have rather been standing there to have this conversation with them and move it, but we relied on their experience, and then they submitted the well job report to AEPA.
Yeah. And what was the, do you know the depth and the gallons per minute on that well?
300. I believe it's 300.
Mm-hmm.
And the gallons per minute fit the requirements, and I just can't remember what they are now.
Nope, that's fine. Thanks.
Councillor McHugh.
Titan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just quickly, through the chair to the applicant, 300 liters, 300 gallons.
The depth.
Oh, the depth is 300
feet.
300 feet. Okay. So through the chair to the applicant's the agent, if we went back a couple slides there, do we have, is that a roundabout going right around the wetland on that access road?
We tried to show what the worst case scenario was in that submission. The driveway has not been designed yet, but will be a proper requirement of the development permit was to design it fully and geoengineer it.
So that's not likely going to end up there?
It'll probably be smaller of an impact.
So I guess then I need, through the chair of the applicant, a little bit of an understanding with the provincial. So AEPA is basically said then that the entirety of the wetland can be disturbed, is basically what they have said. It can be disturbed in any form or
Yes,
Need-
building and for driveways.
Portion.
And if anything further is.
Sorry, just get right close to the mic so everybody can hear you.
Oh, they turned it off.
Yes, and if it's, sorry, are the slides still here? If it's less aggressive, that's better. But we did show the significant disturbance of the turnaround driveway if the client wanted that. And AEPA in their approval said that if anything further is contemplated beyond that, then we have to apply again and provide new information again.
Go ahead. Okay. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through the chair to Director Hemingway. Sorry, I kind of missed the first part of where you were talking about there. Can you just clarify what part of, like, off from 80th Street you were talking about? I was just a little bit confused.
Okay, Teresa, are you able to put your slides up?
Director Hemingway, do you want the map up or do you want my presentation back
The
up?
presentation. You had a good slide in there that illustrated the undeveloped road with the site plan and the panhandle so that Councillor Kendall can see all the access points to 80th Street. I think that'll help. I think that'll help answer your question.
Yeah.
But which slide were you looking for?
Let's cruise down. You showed the blue, you showed it in blue, I believe.
Like that one?
No, up,
That one maybe?
up.
Try
up.
that one and see if that's in.
No, up.
Nope.
I
Oh,
want to
up.
see the undeveloped road right away.
Okay. That one? That one?
Keep going.
Maybe this one?
Nope.
Nope.
It's up.
This one?
Up.
Up further. Up. That one?
There we go. Thank you.
Okay. So sorry.
If you could just make that larger, turn on the slide.
Let me see if I can. So, does that work?
Yeah, and then scroll through. So what I was talking about, you can, I think you can see the applicant's proposal. That's faintly outlined in red.
Yeah.
There is a undeveloped road plan that Teresa's going to turn on here in blue. So that is a road right of way that's surveyed out of title. It's not developed. And it provides access to the balance parcel or to the subject parcel, as well as 3 of the neighbors, because she's going to turn on the accesses.
Yeah.
Look. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Sound effects help. Yeah. And it's very rare to see an undeveloped road plan provide access to 4 parcels and then not get it developed. But the applicant is not proposing to develop the road plan. They're saying it's too expensive and not getting them where they want to be on the parcel, which is on the north side. So instead developing a panhandle access to 80th Street. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I just wasn't sure where you were talking about before. So yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
misunderstood your question. I was talking about before, like what?
No, that makes sense.
Okay.
I just wasn't following when you first started your question there.
I was just wondering if there was a way to do the subdivision off the undeveloped road
Yeah.
plan and if council wanted the road plan to be developed, because that's normal.
Yeah, that is kind of odd to have, like, you called it a right of way, but was that an original road allowance? Probably not.
No,
80th
no.
Street is a road allowance.
That was a forced road allowance. In Teresa's staff report, it has the years all of these were subdivided. So other than the parcel way at the north end that's providing the boundary adjustment, which was done in 2011, all of the other ones were done, 25 years ago.
Yeah.
And things were done differently back then.
Yeah, and I would add that now that we have this up, it's kind of nicer to see. But if you were to extend this and try to put the house like straight back, so it instead of on the north side of the parcel, but keep it on this side, this is all very swampy. So it was automatically not a location we could go. And then we started looking at the very back portions and we had another access problem and we were looking at easements with neighbors. And that's why we've ended up on the other side now. But the illustration is kind of nicer to explain that.
those wetlands don't really show up on the map though as being, like you said, on the south part of the property, it's wet as well?
It's so wet.
Oh, it just doesn't show up on the,
We didn't.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But Teresa had an illustration of all the wetlands on the
He did.
property, Teresa, if you want to go to that, please.
We don't even. It looks fine here. It's not. Yeah, it's not wet enough.
One more.
But it's swampy.
Two more.
Yeah,
There's one along the south boundary here.
Yeah.
There's one here that somewhat impacts this this yard.
We're not
There's
seeing
the
your mouse, Teresa.
newly identified one here. And then there's one here as well.
I don't know if they're labeled as real wetlands, but I've walked through there with horses and I can tell you that it's not where I would pick to put a house. It sucks like, it's very wet periodically.
It's not to support.
Yeah, it's not wet enough to support ducks, but it's swampy through there. So that part is swampy. And then this back corner where we were looking at is like is it an old gravel pit or sand pit?
It's my grandpa's old gravel pit.
Gravel pit. So we also looked back there to try to move into that portion, but then we were not able to get access to 81st Street because we don't own this back little panhandle part, like portion around the outside. So visibly the place that seemed the driest was if we went to this, the north part of the parcel, and that's how we've ended up where we are.
Okay, back to Councillor Kent. Oh, that's all. Okay, anybody else? Okay, I don't see Councillor McHugh.
Sorry, I guess we're gonna need to switch slides there because we're not seeing what you're illustrating there. Because what I'm seeing on the road plan, I'm not seeing what you're illustrating as a wetland there. So if we could switch slides and we can run through that again.
I'm not saying that the part on the southern part is a wetland.
I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm not saying the part on the southern portion is a like designated wetland. I'm saying if you go look at it, and I've been at my parents' house for a long time, it's swampy through there. It's wet visibly, like periodically. Sometimes it dries out, but it's not a location where I would think it would be a good spot to put a house if it's going to be wet periodically like that. So I don't know if it's actually designated a wetland, but that was the first location that we looked at before we started trying the 7 other options that were canvassed afterwards. And that is why we have landed on the north part of the property.
Well, I can appreciate that, but the existing road plan is the easterly portion of the existing road plan a wet area?
Is the road wet? Is that what you're asking?
The road plan, there's an existing road plan that
Yeah, but what is your question?
Is it also
No, the
is the road plan buildable if it's extended.
on this side?
already there? Yeah, your access driveway road, if it continued to the.
Can she
east-
pull up her?
Yeah, it will run into wetlands.
That is wetlands, yeah. Where the? Okay,
It's better on the screen right now.
you should use the microphone. Hit the button.
There we go. Yeah, thank you. When you look at the road access plan, as you come further to the east into this area, the client's indicating that this area is all quite marshy in here. So their preference was to go to higher ground and avoid this wetland that was assessed by SEMA Plus. We didn't have them assessed further down here. Of course, every time you do another wetland, it's more costs. We focused on the area that where the road was being proposed to be put through. But this area down here, they're indicating, the landowners are indicating it's quite wet down here all the time. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Councillor Kendall, go back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is just me looking at the map here, but on the far east side, looks like a weird kind of panhandle. Is that a road allowance or that's just part of the
No,
north?
it's part of Rolling Mix's property.
Okay.
So when my grandma sold Rolling Mix, their property, they wanted that panhandle to ensure that they had access, which means I have no access on the back now.
Right, so it's not a road allowance, okay.
No, it's not. It's a.
Would that ever be an option? Like, is there building sites in the northeast of your parcel there?
I believe, Laura, you're speaking to the back part of the property.
The northeast.
Then, and that is owned by Rolling Mix, and they are a gravel pit that closed in about 2011. And they are unable to do anything at all until they remitigate their property down below where they have piles of gravel and things to material to remitigate or to make the property look as closest to what it did before they started hauling sand and gravel out of there. And so at this time, maybe futurely, but at this time, they're not able to do anything with a road or sell us property or anything. And that came from their lawyers.
They have no plan.
They have no plans at this time to remediate.
Okay, Director Hemingway. Oh, you got, okay. Okay, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the chair, to the applicant's agent, along with the AEPA approval, I'll call it, were there any requirements geotechnical wise as far as road construction coming past or through the wetland area edges?
Yes, and I think it'll also be a condition of your development permit and your redesignation is it has to be engineered properly, and the AEPA indicated a culvert needed to be installed to allow water flow underneath. Because generally on this parcel and the Rolling Mix parcel, the water is coming from the north down to the south. And so they wanted to make sure it could come into the wetland that was assessed that's near their home, so that if it continues through, it'll go underneath and be able to be connected to the other wetlands.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know sometimes on roads that are very flat, the grade is not great for volumes of water to move and can create, especially in the spring with frozen culverts and spring runoff. And I'm just wondering, there's no maps there for me now, but I'm just wondering with the addition of that, what the condition first of, because I know sometimes the culverts are, if they've been there a long time, they kind of are not up to code. This is happening close to me right now. And so just wondering about the size of the culverts in the existing approaches along that stretch on 80th Street and how that extra approach affect flow for all concerned. Or maybe that's something Public Works has already looked at. That makes sense.
Yes, my understanding is when SEMA did their report, they indicated a culvert would be needed, but then it's up to the road engineer when they design it to determine that.
And what about the existing ones along that little stretch there, like the cumulative effect of water not moving because it looks quite flat there?
When we were first looking at where the driveway would go, I walked back and forth to the driveways on either side, and there are no culverts on the other two properties. I guess it wasn't a requirement at the time, but we would be the only culvert when we put it in, if we put it in, like we get to that point.
Okay. I don't see anybody else. So I'll go to the members of the public. I don't have anybody registered. I don't believe the people in the gallery are here to talk about this, but with that, we will go to closing comments. So any closing comments you have, now would be the time.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's been a lot of work getting through all of this process and also making sure the well was drilled and there's water's provision is allowed and all of those required for this for a family subdivision between all family members here, dividing and inviting their daughter to have a part of their parcel. I think we were careful about the size and location of the parcel, the land and the home in contemplating how to get access as well as trying to avoid the wetlands as much as possible. Also received the proper jurisdictional approval for the amendment to the wetlands, and it's an appropriate use of the zoning that is proposed and leaves their parents' property not needing redesignation because of the size of their parcel. So I think it's an appropriate, and we would look for your approval.
I was only going to add that the reason the parcel is the size that it is, and you just said it, to try to avoid having to change the parcel that my parents are on being redesignated, because is it currently farmland? or agricultural. So the land that my parents are on is currently agricultural, and we've tried to make it so that they don't have to they don't have to request to change that designation. And I think that would be preferred for the area. That's all I had to
Okay, no further questions from council or administration. I will go to planning officer Chip Chase for any closing comments you have.
I have nothing further, Mr. Reeves. Thank you.
Okay, and back to council administration one last time for any questions. Seeing none, I will close the hearing. Thank you for coming today. We will be discussing this at some point today. I can't say just when that will be yet. You're welcome to remain in the gallery to watch the deliberations and the decision. Otherwise, you can watch it online through the YouTube link found on the county website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you very much and hope you have a good day. Do we switch? We stay in this meeting? Okay. Council, why don't we take a look at this right now while it's fresh in our minds? Area councilor is not with us, but anybody else who would like to start the conversation on this public hearing? C1 Killam. Nobody wants to start the conversation. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the chair. So I'm familiar with the site. It's rolling mix concretes to the north, so this is very sandy land. Normally I would have quite a bit of concern with the wetlands, kind of the final piece of the puzzle of the picture for me on the I kind of thought the water drainage would be to the north to the bow. So hearing that it's draining from the north to the south towards the road plan that is already in there, because I was given serious consideration that that road plan that does exist should be built out. But with the water running towards it, I don't know if that does make sense. In light of the fact that the homework has been done in advance to obtain permission from the Alberta government on the disturbance of the wetlands, and it is already approved by AEPA, I think I could lean towards being in favor of the development. Could speak to the Calgary Regional Plan and the destruction of the area and the failure, well, not failure, but highlight the difficulties that are caused with spaghetti 20s and 40s and how you actually end up properly building it out. I find it curious that we actually had 10-meter right-of-ways proposed in the area. I'm not sure where that came from because I think our minimum is 15. Yeah, things we don't want to do in the future, but how do we make the most efficient use of the land that's existing now? Thanks.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I would push harder for the make it a road on the 30-meter stretch on the south end of the property if it wasn't going into a wetland. And when I look on my map and follow the wetland strategies, it comes right down to where the road goes to the south, or the undeveloped road goes to the south. I'm going to assume it ends up in that guy's pond neighbor to the south. So to develop it, whatever way we go, we're running into wetlands. So as Councillor McHugh said, they've done the due diligence to go to the north to undisturb these wetlands as much as possible. I'm not happy where the well is, but that's not my deal. I would not want a well in a wetland. It's going to seep in and soak in and get contaminated, and I think there's going to be issues with it. But again, that's not my purview. Again, I'm surprised that AEPA is not AEPA is not saying more about the well as far as the disturbance, because everybody knows when you dig your line into your house, it's quite a disturbance. So again, yes, we can put everything back to normality and get the grass growing again. So they've, like I said, they've done their due diligence and got approvals from the environment. So I think I can support this. Thank you.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. Along the same lines as just really considering everything about the application and all the constraints, and then all of the work that's been done to already obtain permissions in advance so that that was clearly identified and the back and forth has indicated approval. I think it would be good to look at the well just out of logistics in terms of future issues that might be related to that. So just to consider that or get advice on that. But that's again, that's another purview of the province. But in terms of all the homework and work that has been done to be associated with a successful driveway, including the next requirement to be engineered, and hopefully a lesser footprint than the diagram that was shared with us. There's a possibility of a successful driveway and a low impact, comparatively speaking. Plus, again, the applicants were asked to provide compensation as well, so they're going to be fully experiencing the whole program. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Perhaps I missed something, but on page 76, applicant, this is under Public Works. Applicant is to provide how the 10-meter setback was determined, as it does not appear to be addressed in either the submitted stormwater management or the geotechnical. I too would be, I mean, they have done their environmental homework and provided that, which was probably quite costly, and did their homework in regard to that. I just wondered if there's any concessions for bringing the property where the house is now affected, the house was in compliance and now it's not, how that's going to be addressed, and that should probably be addressed before this is approved, because otherwise it kind of creates a kind of a backlog of issues. And as well, the conditions that the CCAN and the other movable structures be brought into compliance as well.
Dr. Hemingway.
If I may, there's no way to request compliance on a setback to an existing structure without some level of approval by council indicating that you'll support the creation of the panhandle. We would require a condition of subdivision approval that an application for a development permit for a relaxation of setbacks be made as a condition of subdivision approval creating that panhandle. That puts the impetus on the applicant to request that relaxation of setbacks. There's no guarantee they'll receive that. That is a separate body that provides that. However, all we can do is ask that it be made, and that would be a condition of subdivision. Same with the compliances associated with setbacks of the accessory buildings and the CCANs. That would be if council requests, it would be a condition of subdivision approval. So they have lots of time to move the buildings if they want to move them, or remove the buildings if they want to move them, or go for a development permit process for the secondary CCAN. So it would absolutely, at council's purview, be a condition of subdivision approval. We're not there yet. That would be at the subdivision stage, but we would certainly make sure that those issues with respect to setbacks be addressed at the subdivision stage and not prior to, because at this point, there's no reason to do it unless there's some level of approval.
And just a question about the 15-meter panhandle. Is that kind of set in stone, or or is there some leeway there for the width of that panhandle to provide access, being that this is sort of an amicable marriage here? But At this point in time anyways.
Go ahead.
Very, very flat. And council could allow for a more narrow panhandle, should you allow for it, but I would defer to the Public Works Department on what the issue is. I think typically council wants to see a 15-meter panhandle. It's wide. There's a lot of land in 15 meters, but that's we don't have an actual standard for a panhandle, but it is typically 15 meters, or it can be as low as 10 based on topography. And if it's engineered and Public Works can accept it, then that should be okay. I'm not sure it solves the problem with the setback. I think they'll still need a relaxation of setbacks even at 10 meters, although I'm not 100% sure. So I'm not sure why you would make it more narrow, but that's up to you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And at this point, I think I can be in favor of this, given all the homework that's been done, and especially with AEPA looking at the wetlands.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. Are we ready for a motion? Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and I would give you a motion for first reading. Option 1, approval with all the recommended conditions.
Okay, we got that motion for first reading. Anybody else? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, let's go back to B7. Oh, we need Planner Granson in. And okay, let's go to that. Page 34, B7, Foothills County, City of Calgary Annexation Negotiation Committee. Okay, we'll call.
We're doing it. Yes.
Yeah, so go ahead, Director Hemingway.
Direction at the IMC with the City of Calgary. The request is.
Turn your mic on.
Apologize, I'm sorry. Okay, as per direction at the Intermunicipal Committee for the City of Calgary, the members of the IMC had directed administration to draft an annexation negotiation terms of reference, and here comes Drew, for the Annexation Negotiation Committee to undertake the necessary annexation as per the submitted intent to annex by the City of Calgary. Staff have worked together to draft an annexation negotiation terms of reference that you can see starting on page 37 of your agenda package as Schedule A. All the details associated with this terms of reference have been reviewed, and this has gone through the first step of the City of Calgary, which is their Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, and has been approved. And it is intended to go to council for all 3 readings of their bylaw at the end of this month. At this point, we're only requesting first reading. We won't request second and third reading until the City of Calgary has completed their process. I'm going to pass it to Drew just to provide a couple of points of interest with respect to the terms of reference, just so that you're aware of the components. But we are looking also for, we're looking for council to make a motion or reading to create the bylaw establishing the Annexation Negotiation Committee, to approve the terms of reference, and to appoint 3 members to the committee and perhaps an alternate, and to assign one of those members as the co-chair.
Welcome, Mr. Granson. Go ahead. If anything to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Hemingway, for the overview. I do have a brief presentation. As you know, a few of you are members of the Intermunicipal Committee, so there was previous discussion, but I will provide a bit of a background here. If I can share my screen. There we go. So as Director Hemingway noted, administration is requesting council to review the draft terms of reference for the Foothills County and City of Calgary Annexation Negotiation Committee. Should you support and accept the terms of reference, staff requests first reading to the bylaw establishing the Annexation Negotiation Committee. As well, we are requesting to appoint 3 members to the Annexation Negotiation Committee, as well as 1 alternate member, and to appoint 1 of the members as a co-chair to the committee. So the following slides just provide a brief overview of the proposed terms of reference, as well as legislation, roles of committee members, and the scope and focus of the negotiations. Under Section 117 of the MGA, upon receipt of a notice of annexation, the responding municipality must negotiate an annexation in good faith, and the establishment of the Annexation Negotiation Committee serves as a formal structure to ensure transparent, organized negotiations and allow for representation of the county's interests. The elected officials appointed to the ANC will maintain political oversight and shape the positions and outcomes of the negotiations. As well, the committee will review the justifications of the proposed annexation, review public consultation and engagement outcomes, and negotiations will address planning, compensation, taxation, and service transitions from one municipality to the other. As noted, the City of Calgary has provided an annexation notice to Foothills County, which was received on September 3rd of 2025, triggering the formal process. Staff met in early 2026 to discuss preliminary factors, as well to prepare the draft terms of reference before you today. On January 23rd of 2026, the City of Calgary and Foothills County Intermunicipal Committee reviewed the draft terms of reference and provided recommendations that the Annexation Negotiation Committee be established, as well as they provided some revisions to the draft terms of reference. Those revisions have been implemented into the document before you today and consist of inclusions of provisions to allow for remote participation by committee members and other interested councillors, as well as administration staff. As well, the scope was also revised to identify only specific lands and to include a proposed area map illustrating those specific lands to be considered in the discussions. On March 12th, the City of Calgary's Intergovernmental Affairs Committee reviewed those draft terms of references and proposed motions to establish the Annexation Negotiation Committee and made recommendation to the City Council to approve those motions. Those items are on the City Council meeting agenda for March 31st, so have not been adopted by the city yet. So again, the terms of reference establishes the committee structure and mandate, being a joint committee with equal numbers as members, proposed as 3 each, with an alternate member and co-chair, as well sets quorum of 2 members for each municipality. This also establishes the focus and the role of the negotiations, noting that the committee negotiates the annexation agreement, but does not have the approving authority. So upon completion of negotiations, the committee will recommend an annexation agreement to be adopted by both respective municipalities. By both respective councils, I should say. The decisions by the committee are made by consensus, and a final annexation agreement must document any disagreements and attempts for mediation if applicable. And the terms also outline the specific scope of discussion, including limitations to specific lands, preventing scope expansion, and ensuring a focused discussion. Member roles and procedures. The committee members are required to attend meetings. They are required to engage in respectful and good faith discussion and report progress to their respective councils. The co-chairs will alternate chairing the meetings and act as the official spokespersons, ensuring consistent communication. Meetings are generally hosted in public. They're held bi-monthly, every other month, and will have remote participation available if needed for committee members, staff, and interested councillors, with sensitive topics being discussed in closed sessions. Staff will support the discussion with expertise and facilitate the discussion topics, preparing meeting agendas, and prepare information to be considered during each meeting's discussion. And mediation is available should negotiations stall or disagreement become impassable. So in closing, administration is requesting the approval of the draft terms of reference. Should council approve the terms of reference, staff requests first reading to the proposed bylaw establishing the annexation negotiation committee and the terms of reference as scheduled to that bylaw. As well, staff requests the appointment of 3 committee members, 1 alternate member, and the appointment of 1 co-chair to the annexation negotiation committee. Should council unanimously support the establishment of the ANC and terms of reference, you may wish to consider granting second and third readings. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to council and administration. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Well, thank you for that recap and presentation. I think you covered it well. And just in terms of looking at the staff report and referring back to the edits that were suggested, it looks like everything was captured in the terms of reference that we see before us. And then as far as us really being required to negotiate in good faith, establishing this committee would be a response to that. So I don't see any other way forward other than establishing the committee and entering into dialogue, respectful dialogue. And then the other point I'd make in relation to our request on page 35, which is the appointment of the 3 members. And I would just put out a suggestion for discussion. And that would be the counselor for Division 4, Division 5, and the Reeve, and then the alternate being the counselor for Division 6. So that would be my suggestion in terms of the population of the annexation negotiation committee. So look forward to any other commentary on that. Thank you.
Anybody else? I guess I just have a couple of questions. So the land limited to those lands identified in the annexation map. So the map in the that's provided as part of the terms of reference is different than the map provided in the letter to the minister. It doesn't, the letter to the minister does not include that little extra bit. So there's no problem with not having that full information going to the minister at this point in time?
To the chair. So it's my understanding that the city of Calgary has reached out to the Land Property Rights Tribunal as well as the minister to confirm just the status of that annexation notice. But there's not any concern. Basically, the notice gives intent, and then the annexation agreement would determine the ultimate lands. But within the terms of reference, they were looking at just a slight revision to include those lands as they are isolated. They're only accessible through roads within the city of Calgary. So yeah, there's not a concern per se, because as long as it is included with the terms of reference.
Okay. And going back in my memory a few years, there was a discussion about a cemetery, and I might have to go to Councillor Alger on this. There's a cemetery in the city of Calgary that we look after today. It is annexed by the city, but we look after it, or what's the story on, like, because remember the discussion was if we ever did an annexation, or when we do an annexation again, we need to talk about that cemetery. So what's this, if we're saying no other lands other than this is identified, can we get a recap on what the situation is? Are you able?
For me, I can.
Yeah, anybody.
So yeah, when the previous annexations went on, they didn't want the cemetery, so it stayed in the county's name. No. Yes. But it's still under county title. I think to involve that with this, or to make the city take it over, it's not an onerous position to take care of it, but it's very passionate to the people of DeWinton that all of a sudden this became surrounded by city. The cemetery itself is at its limit. Most of the plots are sold or in use, so to speak. We do have a columbarium that was put in there a couple of years ago that will still allow for, I call it an expansion of the existing cemetery, but I don't think it needs to be involved with this per se.
Okay.
And that's my opinion anyways.
Okay, a separate item. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that it was actually annexed or what the situation was. And my final question there, we did a road improvement here and there's a debenture on it. Is that? Like, I'm just looking on page 40 of our agenda scope and there's not anything about a road debenture being included in the scope. Is there a road debenture on the road associated here? Director Hemingway, I think you maybe have the answer.
Yes, there is a road debenture on 64th. And they are proposing to annex a large portion of the roads that were upgraded on the basis of that debenture. It doesn't need to be in the, where that is covered is under compensation, the word compensation. So I would suggest that it is covered in the terms of reference with the concept that the city will have to take over or compensate the county for that debenture. Debentures can be transferred to other organizations. Now, the entirety of the debenture was on 226, I think, is it 226 and 64th. So it's not, the entirety of the debenture is not likely up for discussion, but a significant portion of it that was on 64th is most certainly up for discussion under compensation. And the city is aware of that.
Okay. Thank you for that. Anybody else? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the terms of reference and I'm fine with it. Nothing stuck out that was too concerning for me. I agree with Councillor Roll's comments that perhaps the more experienced councillors should be the members of this committee, and including myself, as this is my area. I don't want to offend anybody, but these are pretty intricate and delicate things to deal with. And I know Councillor Roll was on the last one also. And I believe the Reeve, I was thinking about this last night, thinking that the Reeve should be part of this also. And yeah, Councillor McHugh, or perhaps one of the other newer councillors, if they would like to join in on, as an alternate, perhaps to get some experience for future potential, which is likely coming down the line over the years. Hard to say.
Okay, so first up is the terms of reference. So looking at page 35 of our agenda, motions for consideration. Let's talk about the terms of reference first. If we're good with the terms of reference, I would look for a motion to approve the terms of reference.
I can give you that motion, Mr. Chair. Happy to do so.
Councillor Alger gives us that. I don't see anything further. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's look to number 2. So bylaw first reading, establishing the annexation negotiation committee as a committee of council. Anybody like to give first reading? Councillor Kendall. Oh, sorry, Councillor Estes, did you have your, I didn't see your.
Sorry, I was going to give you first reading with the motion.
Okay.
To, yeah, so I would give you the motion to, for the councillors, Councillor Alger, Deputy Reeve Ohl, and Reeve Seward to be appointed as members.
Sorry, we're looking at the
Oh, I'm sorry.
establish the committee first, and then we'll
Okay.
come to that.
I would give you the
Sorry.
motion to establish the committee.
First reading to establish the annexation negotiation committee. Okay, we have that motion from Councillor Estes. All in favor? And motion carries. Okay, and that will come back to us for second and third reading in due time. So now let's look to number 3, appointing of councillors to the committee. Deputy Ohl.
So we had a few suggestions placed forward on this one, and I would just wonder if Councillor Alger would consider being a chairperson or yourself second. I just wondered who has that interest in chairing this. Nope. Okay, I just wanted to see who was interested in chairing.
Yeah, this was a tough one that I struggled with the last time we did this a few years ago, and it was my commitment then not to be the chair. Previous Councillor Waldorf took the chair position at that time, and I would prefer not to be the chair of this committee at this point.
Thank you. If you don't mind, Mr. Reeve,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairperson, I would think I'm not shy for it, but yourself as well, because part of the duties, if you look at what we were just reviewing, would be to be a media representative as well. So either way. So I don't know if we want to decide that right now, but it looks like we're forced to in that we're facing the upcoming resolution before us, number 3 here.
Okay, and the media will likely want to talk about this as it is Calgary. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe in Councillor Oles' initial discussion on this, she said councillors 4, 5, and the Reeve, and then from Division 6. So I think it's prudent to discuss if the councillor from Division 7 would like to be involved as well, given his senior position in the hierarchy of things.
Go ahead if you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not interested at this time. I'm far enough east. It's not in line or directly affecting things.
Okay, so I'm hearing divisions 4, 5, and 1, and then division 6 as the alternate. Okay. And then the chair. Do you want to be the chair? I'm fine with either way.
Thank you for the offer. I'm fine with either way too. So perhaps anyone in the councillor category would make comments on who they'd like the chair to be, but I'm fine as well.
Councillor Kendall.
I would nominate Councillor Alger, even though of his reluctance, but you know, sometimes the reluctance is sort of indicative of, you know, perhaps he should reconsider because his proximity to this annexed land directly affects his division. So he is an expert in this area.
That is a fact, and I thank you for the nomination, but I still decline. Thank you.
Okay, so would somebody give me the motion then to appoint councillors from 4, 5, and the Reeve as members, and Division 6 councillor as the alternate, and that Deputy Reeve, oh, sorry, Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thanks. I would give you that motion. So moved.
Okay.
Just finishing it to Division 6 to be the alternate. But just in quickly speaking to that motion, with it being so close to Division Councillor Alger's division, by not being the chair, then he is free to speak to everything that he wants to. Whereas if he was the chair, he would have to refer to the other councillors that are not directly adjacent.
Very astute observation.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor McHugh, but who is the co-chair in your motion?
Deputy Reeve Siewert.
I'm not sure who that is.
Sorry, co-chair was Councillor Ohl. Deputy Reeve.
Deputy Ohl. Okay. All right. Okay, so we have that motion. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, that completes that item. Let's go to B8. Planning Officer Sadhu, thank you for coming and joining us. Review and update of the Foothills County Municipal Development Plan, page 46 of our agenda. We need a break? Yep, please proceed when you're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. Today I'll be walking you through the draft terms of reference for the county's MDP review and update. The purpose of bringing this item forward is to request council adoption, but before doing so, we're asking council to confirm the project scope, governance structure, work program, and engagement approach, and identify any required revisions before authorizing administration to proceed. Providing this direction at this stage ensures that the MDP update is aligned with council's priorities, legislative requirements, community expectations, and available resources before the project commences. Foothills County's current MDP was adopted in 2010 and received a modest update in 2017. A lot has changed since. Updating the MDP will ensure it is aligned with current legislative requirements, regional context, and growth pressures, while better reflecting today's development patterns, infrastructure demands, and evolving land use needs. In 2024, Council paused a phased update that was tied to the former Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board. With the dissolution of the CMRB, Council instead directed administration to proceed with a comprehensive county-wide review to support an effective long-term plan. A few key reasons why this update is both timely and necessary. Firstly, growth pressures. Population and employment growth continue to place increasing demands on our land supply, infrastructure, transportation networks, and agricultural lands. In addition, new and emerging sectors such as energy production and storage, technology, along with a global market shift, are adding to that pressure. They are changing both land use demands and the types of workforce needs that we must plan for. Thirdly, the shifting policy context. Requirements under the MGA, Alberta Land Stewardship Act, and the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan have all evolved. And while the CMRB is no longer in place, the need for coordinated regional planning remains. And lastly, new evidence and clearer direction. We now have updated technical studies and strategies that the current MDP does not reflect. Updating the plan supports responsible decision-making and helps reaffirm the county's rural character, strong agricultural base, and commitment to environmental stewardship. The terms of reference identifies the following guiding principles which reinforce the county's long-term values, including collaboration with regional and intermunicipal partners, transparent and inclusive engagement with residents, landowners, and interested parties, evidence-based policy informed by data and best planning practices, fiscal and environmental stewardship ensuring long-term sustainability, and lastly, protection of rural character and agricultural lands, which remain core to Foothills County's identity. These principles will guide both the process and the final plan. The MDP review is countywide and includes updates to the county's vision, goals, land use, policy framework, and supporting appendices. It will also ensure integration of new studies, updated demographics, land supply analysis, and current provincial and regional policy requirements. What is not included is the creation of any new area structure plans or area concept plans unless separately directed by council. The governance structure outlined here follows a clear and accountable structure. Council will provide strategic direction at all major milestones, including the approval and adoption of the terms of reference, review of background studies, authorization to release the draft MDP, and final consideration and adoption by bylaw. From the administrative side, a cross-departmental project team will be formed, including representatives from planning, public works, utilities, finance, communications, and assessment, who will manage the day-to-day work. In addition, consultants may be retained where needed through competitive RFPs to support engagement activities, technical studies, and policy drafting. The proposed approach to engagement is multi-phased, inclusive, and transparent. This includes visioning, identification of issues, policy development, draft plan review, and lastly, implementation and monitoring. We also intend to achieve inclusivity by engaging multiple channels, including open houses and workshops, online tools such as surveys and interactive mapping, and regular updates to council and the public. In order to demonstrate trust and accountability throughout this process, we will clearly document what we heard during engagement activities, how we used it, and how that feedback influenced the policy directions that we develop. Engagement will meet all privacy and access to information requirements and will aim to reduce barriers for rural residents and other interested parties. The MDP review and update is anticipated to take 18 to 24 months from early 2026 through 2027, with council decision milestones at the end of each phase. The 4 major phases are 1, to initiate and analyze, which includes project setup, background studies, and early engagement. The next step would be to develop detailed policy direction informed by analysis and engagement, leading to the preparation of a draft MDP. This stage would be followed by public review, revisions, and council adoption by bylaw. And upon completion, we would aim to determine the plan's effectiveness by developing performance indicators and monitoring framework. This phased approach ensures clarity, transparency, and meaningful council oversight throughout the process. So lastly, in order to move forward, we're asking council to identify any revisions to the draft terms of reference and adopt the draft terms of reference and authorize administration to proceed with the comprehensive MDP review and update. Recommended motions are included on page 47 of your agenda. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions from council? Deputy Reeve-Ohl.
So first, I'd just like to thank the planning department and those present here today, in particular for coming to this point. It's been a long awaited process for us to re-engage in this. And I think what you've shared with us today is a culmination of a lot of discussion and a lot of work that you've done to ensure that the objectives that discussions have led to, like conclusions that have been held through discussions, have been comprehensively captured in the terms of reference. So I just want to thank you for that. And then also say that I'm pleased with the content, as it looks like a very fair process. And also you've really included a focus that is reminiscent of the previous municipal development plan, but also looks to the future and then very much includes the citizens for their input. So I noted several places that there is this continued recognition of the rural character, as well as the things that are new pressures and new considerations that we will want to face and include in our planning. And it looks to me like the deliverables are in addition to what you're proposing for the methods, that the deliverables are what we hope to receive. So a big thank you for that.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Sadhu. This couple of places here, it's written that that we want balanced growth for over the next 20 years. So this was done in 2010, then it was reviewed in 2017. Now it's being re-reviewed in 2026. Are we really focused on the next 20 years, or is that just a number that we're throwing out there? Like, are we going to review this again in 2035, or, you know where I'm going? So instead of saying the next 20 years, should we say for the developable future or the foreseeable future? Thank you.
Director Hemingway.
It's not the hill to die on.
No.
It's just a question.
It's typical that a municipal development plan looks at the next 20 years. So we have to take a snapshot in time. We have to make some assumptions of what will happen in the next 20 years, and then we have to try and plan for that. We can't plan for anything beyond that. And we even struggle to plan for the next 20 years. Like it's a long view, but that's the point of the MDP. It's a long view. It absolutely will need to be reviewed in advance of 20 years. There's no doubt. And it will have, I would say, regular review periods. We have there's some discussion in here about, what do you call it? Like metrics and implementation components. So we have to really take a look at what our growth rates actually are, how much land we're actually removing from agricultural land, those type of metrics, what council will want to see on an annual basis. And I think if we're starting to see results that are going in a different direction than we anticipate, then we have to take a look at the policies that are guiding us, and perhaps that's changing. So my point to you, it's nice to have a number. 20 years is a normal number.
Yeah.
And I would fully expect that we will review it in advance of 20 years.
Yeah. Okay, that's the clarity I
makes
was
sense.
looking for. Thank you. Just one more, if I may. Just a little clarity. Little clarity on the consultation, the public consultation. Are we going to form a kind of an ad hoc committee of any sort, or advisory committee, or like we're going out to the public? I know we'll do our typical open houses and whatnot, but would we do kind of a ad hoc subcommittee with your staff involved?
If I may, through the chair. Yeah, so the intent is to have a primarily staff directed group that would lead that consultation.
Yeah.
In the past, we have had a steering committee established, but was not in the direction that we were advised this round. But likely we will be pulling in public engagement events and interested public to participate actively in that kind of direction. But as right now, it's basically an administration group that would basically.
Yeah, I see that, the administrative team, but we won't have an actual committee of business owners, developers, local farmers.
That's right, as of right now.
In the terms of reference, as well as the presentation that Amani just gave, she does talk about workshops or directed engagement. So that would be, the intention is to try and find some, it's really hard to get people engaged on these things, but try and find business owner groups that we can talk to about this. Try and find farmer groups that we can talk to about this. Try and find specific individual groups or areas that we can capture people's thoughts, so that it is what we call targeted engagement. I'm not sure what the right term was, Amani, but you had it in a couple of different places. So we're not looking at establishing a steering committee through the entirety of the project. It's a lot of work and a long time, but we are absolutely looking at engaging individual groups, issue-specific groups, to speak to them about what they're seeing coming, what their issues are, how they want to be involved in the municipal development plan, for sure.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious if anybody remembers what the process in 2017 was. How did that look? Just curious.
Director Hemingway, I believe you were there.
Yeah, I remember 2010 very well, and 2017 very well. 2017 was what Amani calls a minor amendment. What we needed to do was to bring in our growth management strategy. So in 2010, we felt we really struggled because we were treating the county the same all the way across, and we know it's not. The county is divided up into different areas, and subsequent to the adoption of the municipal development plan, we created the growth management strategy, which again had a lot of public consultation with it, and it divided the county up into different areas with sort of different visions going forward. And we wanted to bring that information into the into the municipal development plan. That was the primary goal. So we did a big report for council, and we did a public hearing. But because we had already done so much public consultation on the growth management strategy, and it was very well supported by the public, we didn't go do more public consultation with that. But a public hearing is public consultation, and really nobody said boo and nobody cared. Like I said, it's very difficult to get people to pay attention to this because it's very high level. But I'm hoping, the public is more engaged today than they were 20 years ago. So I'm really hoping that it isn't as difficult. So that's what happened in 2017. In 2010, there were 3 rounds of open houses of 4 or 5 nights each round. and multiple meetings with individual stakeholder groups and a steering committee of 14 individuals from across the county that in the first 6 months, we're just bringing them up to speed about what a municipal development plan is and what it does. And then taking them on these road shows around the county where sometimes 4 people would show up and there'd be 14 of us from staff. So it was a bit frustrating, and then they, with our staff, work through the development of the MDP. So it was 24 months at least for that process. It was a long time. Sorry, you didn't ask me that, but I felt so inclined to throw that in there.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To development, just wondering what this review would look like as far as the public engagement goes. We said that there wouldn't be a steering committee of public, but it would be a series of open houses for it to gather input. Any further comment on how that might look this time around?
To create a public engagement plan and to bring that forward to council. We're going to look for some consulting assistance. It's a lot of work and we're a very, very small team. To do it to your satisfaction and to the public satisfaction, we're going to need some help. And council's been very generous with giving us some funding for that. So we'll be going out for an RFP as soon as council supports the terms of reference to get access to some consultants that can help us. Do modern ways of getting out to the public and also support us in the old fashioned get in front of the public, chat, talk with them in the open house ways. But I think what we'd like to do is to bring forth a consultation plan for council to see the depth and breadth of our consultation proposed once we've been able to engage that consultant.
Okay, just a couple of comments from me, I guess. Yeah, that public consultation piece is going to be, I think, key to this whole thing. I think people are engaged a lot more today than they would have been back in 2010. Get comments, questions about this all the time because the community knows that we're talking about this and they want to be involved and have their say. And I think that public consultation needs to be one of the first things that happen. Right through to the end is certainly important. In terms of hiring a consultant, I think that's super important to get somebody from the outside and with fresh eyes, fresh ears to kind of help through this process. I see a couple of council workshops. I'm not sure what the plan is there, but that might be a good place to have an outside third-party person with fresh eyes. In terms of the terms of reference, I did have one thing I would change in there. So on page 50 of our agenda, right at the very bottom, so it's talking about the legislative framework. And then the very last sentence on that page is starting from the MGA section 632.3.A. And it's got the 5 points of that, and then the 6 points of section 632.3.B of the MGA. I'm not sure why C, D, E, F, and G are not included. It all fits very much together in terms of what must be in an MDP and what may be in an MDP. So I would suggest that the entirety of 632.3 of the MJ should be there and not just A and B. And that was my comments. I'll go to Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the chair, my comment was going to be just when we're looking for consultants, just some awareness that somehow you have to get someone from a rural aspect to be working on this as opposed to urban systems. Someone that is not familiar with rural municipalities And then just one little pet peeve of mine is it's always been calling it the growth management strategy, which implicates automatic growth. And my preference would be the development management strategy to eliminate that assumption. Thanks.
Okay. So I don't see anybody else. So, so the ask today is identify any revisions to the terms of reference and adopt the terms of reference. So, other than my suggestion, I didn't hear any suggestions of a revisions of the terms. So I would look for a motion to carry this forward, to adopt the terms of reference as is or with the revision. Councillor Callister, I didn't see your hand, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would give you the motion to option 2 to adopt terms of reference with your minor administrative edits.
Okay, so we have that motion. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Look forward to getting this thing rolling. Oh, did you have something more to add? Go ahead, Planner Sadu.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, option 2 actually has 2 possible endings. One is to authorize administration to proceed with the comprehensive MDP review and update. And the second is to direct administration to return at a future meeting date for authorization to proceed. And that would be if council would want to see the terms of reference with the minor revisions added. Or if you would like to proceed without, with just doing it to administration's satisfaction, then choose option A as the ending.
Okay, and I think the motion was to proceed, was it not? Yeah, yeah, and those amendments. And as long as everybody understood that, I don't need to call again. I don't think. Okay, so we are good. It is 12. My stomach tells me it's time to break, so I would look for a motion to break for lunch. Councillor Estes, all in favor? Motion carries. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Welcome back to council meeting. We have some guests have joined us for a closed session item, so I would look for a motion to go into closed at this time. Councillor McHugh, all in favor? Motion carries. I will now call the public hearing for Vandenberg Southwest 21, Township 22, Range 2, west of the Fifth Meridian, Amendment, Country Residential, page 96 of our agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
And certainly, good afternoon. In council this afternoon, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you very much. I'll lay out the procedures for our public hearing today. We'll start this afternoon with a presentation from our planning officer. Today, Ms. Chip Chase will do that. Following that, we will look to the landowners for your presentation or comments, whichever you like to share. Following that, we will go to any members of the public. We don't have anybody at this point in time. But if anybody does show up, they will be given an opportunity to speak. Following that, we'll go to closing comments, firstly from the applicants and then from the planning officer. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Chip Chase, please proceed with your presentation today.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Backwards. So good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and council. Sorry, my screen is kind of blocked here. And my mouse is backwards. Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and council. The land use application before you is from Mr. Frank Vandenberg and Mrs. Laura James in coordination with Mr. Neil Cornell and Ms. Jody Klippenstein. This is a request to amend the country residential district in order to facilitate the future subdivision of one 6.6 acre country residential district lot with a 10.35 acre country residential district balance from Plan 2511202, Block 7, Lot 2, within the Southwest 2122 to west of 5. A boundary adjustment with Mr. Quinnell and Ms. Klippenstein on Plan 2511202, Block 7, Lot 1, is also to be considered with the future subdivision application. The parcel is within Division 4, located directly south of 183rd Avenue West. It is 1.2 kilometers southwest of the city of Calgary, within Policy Area A of the Intermunicipal Development Plan between the city and the county. The lands are also located within the Warner Area Structure Plan and are 0.5 kilometers south of Highway 22X. The proposal asks council to consider amending the country residential district to allow the future subdivision of one 6.6 acre parcel as shown here in green, leaving a 10.35 acre country residential district balance parcel as shown here in blue. The application also proposes a future boundary adjustment, which would remove 0.6 acres from the proposed 6.60 acre lot as shown here in green to be consolidated into the adjacent parcel, increasing it from 3.14 acres to 3.74 acres as shown in orange, which would reduce the proposed parcel from 6.6 acres to 6 acres as shown in purple. Access to both the new lot and the balance parcel are proposed by splitting the existing 30-meter wide panhandle into two 15-meter wide panhandles as shown here in orange. Currently, there is an existing approach here that would continue to serve as access to the balance parcel, with a new approach to be constructed to the west approximately here as access to the new lot. The lot that's to be involved in the future boundary adjustment has an existing approach as well, and it is located approximately here. Currently, there is also a road acquisition agreement registered by Caveat on the applicant's title over 17 meters of the existing panhandle, as approximately shown here in yellow. This is a visual of the existing panhandle. This is facing south from 183rd Avenue West. The existing approach that would serve as access to the panhandle to the balance is here, with the approach proposed to the new lot panhandle located approximately here, and the existing approach to the future boundary adjustment is located here to the west. Facing back north again along the applicant's driveway, this is the existing panhandle that is to be split to serve as access to the balance here and the new lot here. Taking a look at the physiography, the parcel consists of rolling to flat grassland throughout, excepting out the yard site. There is a slight hillside to the far west, which rolls to the northeast, with the grasslands in this area dotted with planted spruce trees. Additionally, poplars line the applicant's driveway with various ornamental species around the yard site. From within the proposed lot here facing east, the yard site on the balance parcel is here beyond the spruce trees, with the existing and proposed panhandles here and 183rd Avenue West to the far background. Facing north to northwest, this is a portion of the balance and the proposed lot, with the future boundary adjustment to the far background and the panhandles here to the right. With this being a quick look at the structures on the site, which include a residence, a large barn structure, and an animal shelter. The application was circulated in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on March 11th and March 18th, and to area landowners within a half-mile of the application, with 3 letters of support received from area landowners prior to today's hearing that have been included with council staff report. Externally, the application was circulated to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, who have no objections to the land use application with the subdivision subject to sections 18 and 19 of the regulation. The City of Calgary was also circulated as the application falls within Policy Area A of the IDP with the city. Their response was received after submission of the staff report to the agenda. However, they have provided they have no comments on the application. ATCO was also circulated and does have facilities in the area. In contact with their department, it was determined that these facilities will not be impacted by the proposed development. Internally, the application was also referred to the county's Public Works Department, who have recommended that the new lot provide a septic disposal evaluation as a condition of subdivision approval. And this would conclude my presentation, Mr. Reven. Council, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to council administration for any questions. Director Hemingway.
Thanks. Planning Officer Chip Chase, this is in the Warner Area Structure Plan.
They're in the Warner Area Structure Plan.
Can you show us the site plan for the Warner Area Structure Plan? You didn't provide us any information about the area structure plan in your presentation, but you mentioned it in your staff report.
Yeah, it's mentioned in the staff report, yes, but I didn't put it into my presentation.
I'm wondering if you could provide us with some information about what the area structure plan says and what is to occur on this parcel in the area structure plan.
I mean, I can go through the policies from the staff report.
No, there's a design basically in the plan.
The plan that's in the land use concept plan?
Yeah.
That's in the staff report?
No, yeah. Is there a land use concept plan in the staff
Yes.
report? Okay.
Yeah, it's on, I don't know what page of your agenda it is, but it's, the area structure plan starts on,
Right.
and then if you go down, there's a small,
Page 99 of our.
Bottom of page 99.
that one there.
Okay. And the policies of the area structure plan say that the development is supposed to occur in this fashion.
Yes, that it does say that it is supposed to split into the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lots that they have shown on that land use concept plan.
I think
They
it's
said it
supposed to be
could.
4. But because that's a full density subdivision if it's 4 out of this one.
Yeah, the plan shows 5, and I think you're right, it does say in the policy that there would be
Anyway, I wanted council to understand that this land is within area structure plan that was approved by previous council to allow for a full density country residential subdivision. And the design, the area structure plan would mean that this subject land that's before council today should be able to be subdivided into a total of 4 units with an internal subdivision road. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sure, and I appreciate the comments. I'm just kind of trying to figure out where we went wrong because I think it's on the 15.39 acre parcel in the northwest should be able to go to 4, but even with these, if this proceeds, that's going to take us to 31 lots. Would we be at 31 lots if this proceeds in its entirety?
Are you asking me, Councillor McHugh, if this would take us to 31 lots if they did this full build out?
If this is approved, does it take us to 31 lots?
I'd have to count them up in the quarter section, and I can do that for you. I'll have to
Okay.
pull up my map to do that, but I can certainly do that.
Okay, maybe we'll get those numbers clarified. Director Hemingway, go ahead.
This is a little bit of a unique quarter section. The northwest quarter section, I think Councillor McHugh called it the 15.39. If you're looking at page 107 of your staff report, the northwest parcel remaining unsubdivided nominal 20 was an old MR lot that has been disposed of and sold. Okay, so that doesn't count in the density component. So the balance of the development to go to a full density subdivision, it has gone that way, except for the one in the southwest. And I think that was done prior to the area structure plan. It was done in advance of the area structure plan. But it's moved along exactly like the area structure plan had anticipated. And I would expect that that old MR that has been disposed of and sold will come in and look at further subdivision as well.
Right, except it'll end up being over density at that point.
No, not
If it
necessarily.
goes to 3, yes.
Yeah.
If it's 3 5s, it's going to be 1 over.
Yeah, it's over, but our policy in the statute in our land use bylaw does state that if there is land that was an old school site, if there's land that's municipal reserve, or it's land that's taken for road, it's not counted in the density provision. It's outside the density provision. So that's how we roll that way.
Okay, well, it was, but it's not MR anymore.
No, but it was
Sorry.
old MR. So and when council sold it, it was expected that it would subdivide. And it's the same thing with the school site and road. We don't calculate that into the density provision component.
So because it was an MR, it is not considered a part of the quarter section. Is that what
No,
the suggestion is?
Definitely considered part of the quarter section. It's not included in the density calculation.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to anybody who can answer, is the quarter section to the south part of the Cross Conservancy, southwest 212202 west of the 5th? No?
Okay,
I can certainly answer that.
Go ahead.
No, it is not.
And with the balance of the 10.35, then that would be subdividable again, being over 10, or if it was under 10, it would not be? Under this area structure plan, I'm just not sure.
It should be able to, but without an actual proper road, it won't be able to be. So if the applicant is not required to construct the infrastructure in order to allow for the plan to go as per the area structure plan, similar to the application council saw this morning, without the construction of the proper infrastructure, the subdivision will be limited to what can occur. Because there won't be the sufficient right of way to construct an internal subdivision road, nor will there be the appropriate pro forma. It's expensive to construct internal roads. It's hard to do for one additional lot. It doesn't make any financial sense to do it. So my point is that this is supposed to have an internal subdivision road in order to allow for the plan to carry out as approved, which would be a full density subdivision.
Okay, was that all, Councillor Kendall?
Yes.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Ol.
Sure. Well, diving into that a little bit, perhaps, Planning Officer Chip Chase, would you bring up the diagram where you had overlaid the area which would be identified as the road acquisition agreement? It looked like it was more on the one side versus the entire two of them. So I'm just wondering if you can explain that to us, please.
So the acquisition was taken over 17 meters of the east side of the property, which is the 10.35 acre balance panhandle, plus an additional 2 meters to the west.
Okay.
Why it's 17 meters in width, I'm not sure. It's a road acquisition agreement for that amount of land. About a year ago and took in more land to the west. I could probably share for some reason my screen sharing is
Sure, thank you.
paused, but let me just see if I can pick it up. So basically the 17 meters is over about roughly the area that covers the trees on both sides. And that was the width of this panhandle prior to a past boundary adjustment that they did. And then they boundary adjusted to get this lot here, basically, and widened that panhandle. So that's probably why it's an awkward width up the top, the acquisition.
Thanks for explaining that.
Okay, I just want to come back to talk about that MR and the density calculation. So I guess to Director Hemingway, so the old MR on this parcel, 15.39 acres, if I read that right. So that's not used in the density calculations as it is. And if it was subdivided into, say, 5 lots, it still is not used in the density calculation?
That's correct.
Okay.
And because it's only 15 acres, it really should only be a total of 3.
Right.
Yeah.
But if, okay. Okay, anybody else? I don't see any, so we will go to the applicants. You've certainly heard some conversation. Now is your opportunity to share anything you wish, presentation or otherwise with council.
Yes, thank you. I'm Laura James.
My name is Frank Vandenberg.
And we do have a presentation to share, which hopefully gives also a little bit more detail into the history. There is one omission, unfortunately. I'm wondering if we should point that out now on your presentation. There are existing approaches. There's not a requirement to build a new approach. That land has a county standard approach, and then it's directly adjacent to our existing approach. And as per the circulation, the transportation has said that that is up to standard. I have some photos in my presentation as well. That's just the one error I was hoping to correct.
Okay.
All right, let's see if I can share this. Share. Just move this. How do I move this down? Okay.
Slide through.
This guy. Great. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Reeve, Council. Thank you very much for your time and considering our application today. And Teresa, thank you very much for your thorough presentation. Frank and I have lived on our current property for 15 years now. I'm also very familiar with Foothills County as I grew up on a farm south of Okotoks, where my mother still resides. In 2011, we moved to our property, and to give you the history, this is an old historical survey plan. So in 2011, we moved to what you would see as Block 8. And after we moved, shortly after we moved, we realized this location was going to be a great place for us for the long term. We did it not only for the location, but we've developed great relationships with our neighbors and neighborhood. Even Frank years ago set up a WhatsApp group amongst the neighborhood where we keep each other informed of emergencies or missing dogs, you name it. So in early 2016, when the lot bordering the west fence line came up for sale, as you can see in this image, Block 7, it was country residential land, but with no structures, so purely basically grassland. We gathered the means to purchase the property, as we recognized it would allow us the opportunity to define any future development and potentially provide us options in the event we ever wanted to downsize but stay in the community. In the first year that we owned the land, we began to make small improvements. For example, the field had been left as long grass and ungrazed in all the years we'd lived there, which always created a concern for fire risk. So we've cut it for hay every year, which has helped provide some mitigation for fire concerns. We also began to transplant trees onto the land, as there was only a cluster of aspen trees at the north end, and we recognized that whether it was us to ever build there or another family, we wanted to start to create some character and plant trees for privacy. Before we permanently planted any of these trees or moved these trees, we contacted our neighbor and put large stakes in the field where we intended to plant them to get their permission, as we didn't want to block their views. As of now, we have about 148 spruce trees on that field. We also installed a pump onto the existing well so that with the generator, we could use the water there for irrigation purposes, but also for any emergency which may require water. At the end of 2004, we made the decision to apply for a boundary adjustment with Foothills County to amalgamate most of the acres from that land to our home property, to give us further time to consider options and leave a balanced parcel that would fit within the community and include the well that was on that property. The boundary adjustment was approved in early 2025 and finalized in the summer of 2025. We sold the balance parcel to a very nice couple, Neil and Jody, who plan on making a long-term move from Calgary. So our current property can be seen on this slide. It's 16.95 acres. As Teresa mentioned, we're just outside southwest of the city limits of Calgary, just south of the 22X highway. And you can see that our service road, 183rd Avenue, is a dead end, but has a large turnaround. We are located in Division 4, and 3 of our property lines border country residential lots, and our south property line borders the quarter section that is agricultural land. This next slide is just a little closer look, aerial view from the current border lines of our property, and shows the proposed 15-meter panhandle would be adjacent to our current boundary and does have its own approach. This is another just Google Earth slide showing you the look as if you're looking to the south from 183rd Avenue. Directly south of us is the agricultural quarter section, by the way, which we have spoken to those neighbors about our plans. And of course, to the further south of that, the Ann and Sandy Cross Conservation. Our property, as Teresa mentioned, is gently sloping grassland with fairly dense mature trees surrounding our house. We've never experienced standing water or flooding on our entire property. And just of note, on this slide, it's an older Google image, the shrubbery that's north of that existing approach has been removed. Through the many months of planning the boundary adjustments that was approved in 2025, it stimulated us to start really making a long-term plan with the land. So in late 2025, we came to a few conclusions that led us to this current application and the request for one new parcel through subdivision from our home property. First, we recognized that we weren't fully utilizing the whole 16.95 acres other than for haying purposes. We also concluded that something very important to us was to preserve the peace and the quiet, the privacy that we had enjoyed for so long, and along with our neighbors. Just as importantly, we also realized that our driveway is really a very big characteristic to our land. So whether it's the winter, the summer, or the fall, the mature trees that line the driveway in the country feel is a very strong characteristic and aspect of our enjoyment of our property. In this particular photo, you can see that to the left of the trees, where the existing fence line is where the 15-meter panhandle would go. So we wanted to also share a little bit our mindset behind what we think is a thoughtful planning of the parcel itself. We spend much of our time, leisure and recreation around the proximity of our house and our surrounding yard. And as you can see, the offset between our north and east property lines to our house are anywhere between 98 meters and 149 meters. And to the south, which boundaries the agricultural lot, it's 59 meters. After careful thought and time spent in our yard and considering what a future west boundary could be with a proposed new lot, we concluded that we wanted to offset the west to be greater than our offset to the south. We also wished to include clusters of trees that we had moved over the years. Therefore, we've proposed the west line to be at a minimum of 67 meters from our house and yet still provide sufficient 15-meter access to the proposed new lot, which you can see in the blue dotted line. Before starting a formal application, we met with the new neighbors, Neil and Jody, whose new property was created with our boundary adjustment, which is Plan 2511-202, Block 7, Lot 1. We discussed our plans with them, knowing they were looking forward to moving to the country and looked forward to the privacy it would provide. We walked their boundary as part of the proposed new, and part of the proposed new lot, and came to an agreement to request a simultaneous boundary adjustment to provide them with just over a half acre to add to their property and create a buffer of privacy with the proposed new lot. This also results in a logical shape for the proposed new lot, and the new lot would be compatible with the surrounding area. The next slide is just the diagram that you received in your package showing this proposal. And this next slide is just giving an idea of what that proposed new lot could look like from an aerial view. You can see the gently sloping land where we expect it would be appropriate for a building envelope. And as mentioned, we have approached our neighbors all of the direct neighbors have been approached. We have some supporting letters. We approached neighbors in the Red Willow Estates and on 179th Avenue and had no opposition. As mentioned, there is an existing access. So previously, prior to purchasing the land, the existing approach was in the picture on the left. It has a culvert and is up to county standards as per circulation. A new approach was constructed with the boundary adjustment. So our proposal is to use this existing approach to access the 15-meter panhandle. We've also received confirmation from ATCO where our gas line is located. If you look in this diagram to the left and you see the snow fencing, the gas line is located between the trees and that fence line. So they do not have a problem with the panhandle driveway. As for water, we are not aware of any concerns in the area. Our Helm well has always performed. The well on the parcel we sold in 2025 for the boundary adjustment is high quality, has 10 gallons per minute, which was the same flow as when we bought it 10 years ago. Our neighbor to the east has had to drill a new well when hers collapsed, and her new well is producing over 20 gallons per minute. That concludes our presentation. So thank you very much, Reeve and Council, for taking your time, and thank you, Teresa.
Thank you very much for that. I'll go to Council and Administration for any questions. Deputy Reeve.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. You just shared with us that the location of the ATCO gas line. So that's right next to your existing, where your home property is on the west side of it. So it's between the proposed new driveway and the, what would be called the balance home property. Is that correct? Yeah, I just want to confirm it's on the west side.
I have a diagram I can share. Just a moment. It was a hidden slide, but I can, sorry. So the gas line is on our property. Sorry if that's what was, let me unhide this slide and show you this one.
It's on your
Oh,
property,
sorry.
but it's on the very west of the trees then. Okay.
Yeah, it's on the west side of the trees.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. It's not letting me go to that slide immediately. Let me just move through. Sorry for the delay. I did unhide it. Should be the next one. There we go. So this is from ATCO. So you can see that the line resides basically between the trees. It's on the west side of our current driveway, but be on the east side of the current fence line.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? I guess you have explained it very well in your presentation.
Thank you.
We do not have anybody registered to speak from the public. So we, at this point in time, we'll go straight to closing comments. Anything you have in closing, go ahead.
The only closing comments is, again, thank you for your time, and we appreciate the assistance of the planning development officers. It's been very great to get their advice and support. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Alger has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarity on the approach to the 3 acre to the west there, the 3.14. There's an approach there already on that one too?
Through the chair, yes, there is. It was constructed as part of the conditions for the boundary adjustment.
Yeah. So there's 3 approaches in a row there kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
The approach is not exact. It's on the diagram to the west of the trees. So there's a fairly large space between.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not seeing it's not on my map. Okay, thanks for that.
Okay, I don't see anything further. I'll go to Planning Officer Chip Chase for your closing comments.
I have nothing further.
Nothing further? Okay, and we'll go back to Council Administration one last time for questions. Deputy Reeve Ole.
Sure. I'm not sure if Director Hemingway was going to go down this road or not. But literally it is the road discussion that she brought up earlier. And while we have the applicants here, I just wanted to ask your opinion on being directed to build the road down to sort of a cul-de-sac in the middle of the 2 properties and the impact that it would have on you to be required to do that. And at this point, it looks like the 2 roads can exist side by side without any issue. But Director Hemingway has brought to our attention potential development on the home property in the future. And then that would be, there would be a requirement to access that from a municipal standard road. So before we're done here, I just wanted you to comment on your perspective, and maybe Director Hemingway, did you want to ask anything first? Okay, just what that impact is to you, as you just identified, the gas line is there and you have these established trees that are on both sides of the driveway that's already created the character as you explained, but how would you handle, or are you maybe speak to the potential for that subdivision in the future? Is that something that you're looking at the home place? So that has potential, whether it's you or a future owner. And that's something we just will continue in our, when, whether whoever's here in the next round, if anyone is applying for it, we would have to consider how are they going to get access. Now, in the future, the road, that could be to the new parcel, this new 6 acre, and the balance could get together in the future. But we as a municipality, how do we ensure that they will cooperate in the future if another subdivision should occur on the home property? So those are just the planning considerations of the road that our director brought up to us. And I wonder if you would just provide your perspective on that. That would be great.
Absolutely. Thank you through the chair. I'm actually glad you raised the question because we tried to make it clear, but it is quite clear to us that that would have a significant impact to have to build a standard road where we would have to remove the trees, extensive cost. But as you've seen, the mature trees really provide an important character to our home property. Secondly, to that, I'd say that personally, we don't have plans to subdivide further as we are enjoying the peace and tranquility, and that's the reason we've limited it as well to one parcel. What we can say, and we recognize that this may be a concern for council, while it will not be us likely ever coming forward to propose further subdivision, should there be someone in the future that does, we'd be willing to look at a caveat on that 15 meters to the west, so that there would be the potential for someone in future to make the standard road that's required.
Director Hemingway?
I guess the last thing I was going to say was just related to what technically we can do, because as our planning officer showed us on the diagram that the road acquisition agreement is 17 meters and it's not encompassing the new one. But if it was to expand it and then have the trigger of further development, I just not sure if that satisfies our director or not, but I appreciate your comments and thank you for sharing.
Director Hemingway?
I'm not sure if you can answer this, but how old are those poplars on your driveway?
I'm going to say they're about 20 years old, thereabouts.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see anybody else, so I will close this public hearing. Thank you all for coming. You're welcome to stay in the gallery and watch council's deliberations and decision. You're also welcome to watch online if you choose. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once minutes are ratified from today's meeting, likely next week. Thank you very much. Have a good day. We're good to carry on. Okay, council, while this is fresh in our mind, why don't we proceed with this? Vandenberg, southwest of 21, page 96. That is in Division 4. So who would like to start us off? Deputy Evil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So upon review of the location, identification that it does exist within an area structure plan, that there is potential additional density that can be allowed to the overall area. There is potential for this lot and then even the one on the other side. And then the northwest corner, that there is still some potential. This is close to Calgary, and this is certainly something that has been fragmented already. So it does fit here. It looks like the water's in good shape. So overall, I'm very supportive of it. I'm just not sure how we handle the road. I would think that we could potentially, if it's possible and supported by council, that we could continue with 2 panhandles with an overlay. That would be, the trigger would be additional subdivision for either of the 2 lots, although the 6 acre is less likely to see it. There could be neighbor agreement to reconfigure in the area, and then that would be a trigger for the internal road to be built. So at this point, I think that with the established road, the gas line, and all of the other things that are in place, that perhaps we can handle that with an overlay of this road use agreement, road acquisition agreement extending over the 2 parcels roadways, and then have a trigger for us in the agreement. So I'm just wondering if that would be satisfactory, but overall, I'm supportive of the development that's before us here today. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the Chair of the Development Authority, I look for your comment on Councillor Oll's last 2 sentences. Is it achievable to have a caveat so that access to the 10.35 in the future is possible?
Microphone.
Wrong red button. It's certainly possible. We could condition the approval such that a future road dedication agreement is registered by way of caveat over the area of the panhandle, as well as a portion beyond for a cul-de-sac. So future landowners would be aware that one or the other or both could get together and develop an internal subdivision road, should they feel so inclined to do so. So it is possible. Whether it makes any financial sense is another story.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thanks, sir. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with the caveat also. I look at the 10-acre parcel and the way they have laid the yard out, and I can see where there would be room for another lot in there, but I just can't see why anybody would want to put one in there. So, and that's just my personal opinion from living in the country. I just, I've seen different things happen, but I'd be okay with the caveat. But yeah, anything more in there would have to kick on a road of some sort to access it.
Okay, anybody else or a motion? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to, be the last beacon of hope for agriculture, and it's just small as it is. It's sad to see it go.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you for that sentiment, and considering it's a full-on area structure plan, I can see this as an appropriate area for development. So I would move the option 1 with the recommended conditions. And then do we have that in there about so we would add something in relation to the future road dedication agreement that would be registered by caveat that would be triggered by any further subdivision, because we'd absolutely have to do it. There'd be no way out because we can't do an easement.
Yeah, we'll include that as a condition for a revised site plan for the subdivision application to illustrate.
But for now, we can do 2 panhandles.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so unless there's any questions, it's pretty straightforward as to what's written on page 103. Thank you.
Okay, so motion for first reading with that additional condition piece that will be added. Anybody else? Call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's carry on, try to finish up our public items. Let's go to D1. Weir Northwest 1 of 1928, second and third reading, page 114 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Council may recall March last year, Council granted first reading on the rezoning of the subject property from Country Residential District to DC 26, which is our dog district. Council did allow for this rezoning of this country residential property in order that it can proceed forth to a development permit for a commercial dog kennel facility. This, of course, is in Reeve Seawart's division, and it is can only be voted on for second and third reading by Reeve Seawart, Deputy Reeve Ohl, Councillors Alger and McHugh. All conditions have been met by this applicant, and we'd like to request second and third reading on the bylaw rezoning this property to direct control.
Okay, and as this is in my area, I have no concerns with this, and I would be ready to proceed to the next step. Anybody else? Comments or emotion? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the speak of the chair that has no concerns, I also have no concerns and happy to give you the motion for second.
Okay, motion for second from Councillor Alger. Anybody else? No, just the 4 councillors voting. All those in favor? Motion carries. And third reading from Councillor McHugh.
Motion for third.
Okay. Anybody else? Got that motion for third reading. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to D2, Mancal Properties Development Incorporated, Alberta Kennel Club, page 121 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This is a development permit application for the Alberta Kennel Club to hold their annual summer classic over a 4-day period in the August long weekend. Council has seen this application before in another location, that being the Okotoks Agricultural Society. The Alberta Kennel Club has moved, or is working to move, towards the Polo Club. So that's in Councillor Alger's division, and it is zoned direct control to allow for event venue, DC 35. It has a valid development permit on it, which is included in your agenda package, but it does not allow for an event of this scale over a 4-day time period. That's why we're requiring an additional development permit to allow for this event. As I said, it's 4 days, August long weekend, and they're asking for a repeating annual event. Same constraints, same development permit once a year over the years. All the components of the application are included in your staff report. It's quite extensive. Please note, as this is a development permit under direct control, there is no public hearing, there is no advertisement, there's no opportunity for the public to know about this. But the applicants did use our private mail out service and did do a mail out to area landowners, letting them know that this was what they were contemplating. And there are a few letters of support referencing that mail out in your agenda package. We haven't heard anything. Alberta Transportation certainly is going to require a roadside development permit, and I believe additional conditions will be required with respect to traffic management on Highway 552 over that long weekend. Other than that, we have a very extensive list of conditions for your consideration in issuing this development permit, should you choose to do so. I'm quite comfortable with them. It's not our first rodeo on this go around, so. Different location, little easier location, bigger location, certainly bigger location. Seems like quite the event. This also will allow for overnight camping during those 4 days. If council has any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Go to Councillor of the area, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was contacted by the proponents quite a while ago to look at this venue, and I'm okay with it being there also. They were pretty happy at the Okotoks Ag Society until they got 18 inches of rain and pretty much drowned them right out. So they're looking for higher ground. I see in the conditions that they would like to keep their existing permit at the Okotoks Ag Society still in their purview for future. My one question is to Ms. Hemingway, in the wording, if we give them this permit, it's not a yearly permit every year. So where I'm going with this is, my concern is if this turns into a dog barking fest and then we don't want it anymore, can we retract that?
Well, then I would suggest if council does not feel comfortable, then you should only issue it for the 2026 summer season. And they will have to reapply next fall. And they will, again, if they're happy in that location and you feel comfortable with what occurred, then you can issue it on an annual reoccurring basis.
Yeah. And I think that's the route I would go, because I don't think it's, once they've done this application once, it won't be a daunting deal to do it again.
And if I may, sir, because it's direct control, you can do it for more than 1 year if you want, because under direct control, you can put a time limit on it. So you can say this permit is for 2 years or 5 years. Unlike other land uses, you can't. But if you're only comfortable with 1 year at this time, that's fine. And then they can come back and try for another annual permit. And that's what they did at the Okotoks Ag Society, I believe.
Yeah.
They had it one, and then they came back and they got it permanent.
And I'd maybe defer to Mr. McHugh. I don't think we ever got any complaints from Okotoks Ag over the years, have we?
Thank you to the chair. Well, I'm pretty sad because we've got little bit of skin as the municipality into making improvements at the Okotoks Ag Society. And if it rains, it rains. It's not going to change at the Polo Club. If it rains 18 inches, they're going to be rained out there too. But not aware of any hiccups at the Okotoks Ag Society. I didn't hear about the rain, and I'm just sad because we have an investment in improvements for this at the Okotoks Ag Society as a municipality, and beneficial for Okotoks Ag Society. I don't think the Polo Club needs the money. So I would just concur with the area councillor's suggestion that it just be tried for 1 year till we find out what the impact is in that area. Unaware of any complaints coming from the Okotoks Ag Society area at this time. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, appreciate those
Councillor Alger.
comments. Appreciate those comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you. The as I said, they want to keep their permit open for the Ag Society for the potential to go back there. I believe probably, I'm going to speak to the drainage of the polo fields, that the way they were built, they probably drain better than what's going on at the Ag Society, but I'm not positive that 100%, but I certainly know what the fields are like at the Polo Club. We also, yeah, as was spoken to, there's been lots of events at the polo, in the polo area, including polo and big events for that operation. There was a ski jewer there a few years ago. As far as the traffic goes, again, because of the school right next door, the 552 has been, the speed limit has been reduced to 70 in that area. And then you just go down 306, quarter mile kind of thing to get access into the polo. So, and you know, there's 1,300 people that go there 5 days a week, going to the school, and 20 buses and 150 cars. And so I have no issues with the actual traffic. I am concerned about the dog issue and the number of dogs. There's 1,000 dogs there. And if it's going to be a bark fest and it's going to disturb the neighbors, then I'm out. So I'm leaning to the 1 year on the permit. And as I said, I don't think it'll be quite as a daunting task next year to bring it back to council. And if it's all complete success, then I'm happy to carry on.
Okay. Deputy Vol.
Thank you. Similar vein is just making sure they can keep their DP open. Technically, is that something you could answer? There's no problem with that?
Oh, you mean you know?
At the
Oh, yeah.
OPEX.
No, their DP is still, their DP is still valid.
It's still valid.
Yeah.
Good. Just one, that was a clarification I just wanted to make. And then I certainly welcome them coming to Foothills County and look forward to seeing how this one turns out. So I think it's prudent to go with the 1 year or two and then revisit it, similar to how the other location was handled. So I think it's prudent to do that too, because then councillor for the area can see how that all goes. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. Just to clarify, schools should be out. This is August long weekend, so there shouldn't be the additional traffic there for that. Otherwise, I'm in, yeah, I feel the same, that to try it for a year and see how it goes and look at it again. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
That is, thank you, Councillor Estes. That is also one of the questions I had, because it doesn't show the exact dates, but it is in August, and yes, the school will be. It is the longest one. Okay. So that being said, I'll give you the motion for condition of approval for a 1 year development permit to be renegotiated again next year. And number 5, condition for the traffic control. I don't know, have we asked that for other things? Like we didn't for the ski jewer, and we don't for the polo, and
we did for the last dog one on Highway 2A.
Yeah.
But that was, yeah.
Yeah, 552 is getting almost as busy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let staff deal with that and they can.
Yeah, there'll be lots of that.
Yeah, and I went through all the other conditions and I'm okay with it. I don't think there's anything daunting there. The other one was getting a permit from the Ministry of Transportation commencing the annual event. Okay. Yeah. I was thinking it was if we did a permanent thing. Okay.
Okay, we have that motion for approval.
Yeah.
Councillor Alger with a 1 year. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to D3, Germaniac, Waddell, and Frayne Dawson. Bylaw 3524, second and third reading, page 157 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
I have to get to the page here. Okay. This application is requesting second and third reading to bylaw 35, 2024. This is in Councillor Alger's division, and it was granted first reading on June 2024. June 2024. So this application is a country residential subdivision. We are taking approximately 59 acres agricultural parcel, and we're subdividing 8 new country residential subdistrict A parcels, a small municipal reserve parcel, a little bit of environmental reserve easement, leaving a 22.6 .65 acre agricultural balance at the far end of the road. Long internal subdivision road being constructed. Council granted first reading, as I said back in June, and all conditions of first reading have been met, which you can see commencing on page 158 and 159 of your staff report. We are now requesting second and third reading. Just to note, council did also grant that the agricultural balance is able to go through the process to allow for the second residence to be maintained on the 22 acre balance as a secondary suite. And that a number of the accessory buildings on the 22 acre agricultural balance would be considered non-conforming as they're somewhat older, but they can stay. I think that concludes my presentation, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and we'll go to Councillor of the area again, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a long time in the planning department getting to this point, not the planning department, but the long time in the planning. You'll also notice there were some boundary adjustments in there. If you look on page 163, the two smaller lots to the top originally had a road caveat in between them to access the balance from back in the day when those two lots were done, which didn't fit with the new program and didn't fit with the two residents that own those two lots. So that change was made. And then you can see the new road on page 164. I have no concerns with this. And as the conditions have all been met, I'm happy to give you the motion for second reading. Thank you.
Okay, we got that motion for second from Councillor Alger. Anybody else? I don't see any, so I will call the question. And so remember, this is just the 4 returning councillors again. All those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. And third. From Deputy Revol. And all those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Let's go to D4, Willem Cunningham, second and third reading, page 168 of our agenda. Back to you, Director Hemingway.
Thank you. Council will recall this one. It was not very long ago when first reading was granted by all members of council. On December 2025, where we're going to subdivide a 10 acre country residential parcel and leaving about a 17 acre country residential balance from the 27 acre agricultural parcel just south of the town of Okotoks on the south side of Highway 7. There's an existing residence that comes up off the south of 200 Street East. All conditions imposed at first reading have been met, and I'm requesting second and third reading of the bylaw. You can see the conditions included in your staff report on 172.
Okay, and this is in Division 2. So Councillor Estes, did you want to start us off?
Thank you. Well, all conditions have been met and I think we were pleased with it first time, so I would give you second reading.
Okay, we got second reading from Councillor Estes. Anybody else wishing to speak? Call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. And third from anybody. Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. D5, Johnson, Southeast 423, west of 5, second and third reading, page 175. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. We are looking for second and third reading on the bylaw. That was granted in September 2025. Therefore, we have our more seasoned councillors able to vote on this. This is in Councillor Kendall's division. It is an 80 acre split west of Diamond Valley. You may recall there's a common driveway off Highway 546, and Alberta Transportation is requiring a small portion of service road to be registered. There's 2 residences. I think there's actually 3 residences on the parcel. I can't recall, but council did grant the application, and this does deal with a number of the non-compliance issues And we see that all conditions of the application have been met, and I'm requesting second and third reading on bylaw 57, 2025.
Okay, who'd like to start us off? Or a motion for second or otherwise? Counselor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to think back to when we did this original one, but
Your mic is not on.
September 2025.
wrong button. Yeah, I was just trying to think if there was anything daunting here that I don't think there was. So I'm okay with this. I'm happy to give you the motion for second.
Okay, we have the motion for second from Counselor Alger. Anybody else? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. And third. Deputy Vole, all those in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's look at the subdivision. So I'd take a motion to go into subdivision approving authority. From Counselor Alger, all in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to E1, Germanic, Waddell, and Frayne Dawson. Request for boundary adjustment and subdivision, page 182. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. This is the application that we just finalized the land use, and now we're at the subdivision. There are 2 additional parcels involved in a very small boundary adjustment as part of this subdivision component. That's why we now have 3 landowners associated with this subdivision application. There are little bits of parcels of land from the smaller parcels that are contributing either to the road or to shift some property lines in order that the access can be properly achieved for the new larger subdivision and the internal subdivision road. I have reviewed the conditions, and I would like to suggest that we do need to add one condition associated with the execution and registration of the environmental easement, the environmental ERE, thank you, words. Environmental Reserve Easement Agreement for the little pond. You'll see there's a little pond kind of in the northwest component, northwest of the internal subdivision road. That was contemplated to be protected by Environmental Reserve Easement as part of the original application. It didn't make the conditions here at subdivision. So I would like council to consider those. The 2 smaller parcels land uses don't change. It just is included in the approval for subdivision. So at this point, I'd like to request subdivision approval.
Okay, I'll go to Counselor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also went through the conditions and don't find anything overly concerning. We'll acknowledge the structures, the original structures, as non-conforming. There is still a corral system and a barn system there, and I believe there's a guy that trains horses in the area that they're still using that. And you can see number 10 is the discharge of the road acquisition and the second residence and the reserve parcel, and the add number 16 is the ERU over the smaller pond. I'm okay with that, and I will give you the motion for recommendation for subdivision. Thank you.
Okay, take that motion for approval with that additional condition. Counselor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking in opposition to the motion on the floor, I wasn't in favor of this application at land use, voted against it. 274th Ave, we're coming in at the curve, going down to the tracks. I don't like what's going to happen with this much traffic coming on to 274th. The contours speak to the difficulty in developing this, and that land use, it was 60 acres of viable agricultural land that should have been left untouched.
Okay, anybody else? So we have the motion for approval from Counselor Alger with the conditions plus that one additional on the ERE. And I don't see anybody else. I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to E2, Willem and Cunningham, request for subdivision, page 203. Director Hemingway.
Application proposal 110 pending for country residential
Your,
subdivision.
sorry, your mic is off.
A parcel, subdistrict A parcel, just south of the town of Okotoks. This would leave a balance of about 70 acres, again zoned country residential district. I would suggest, as you'll know, we are not requesting municipal reserve, although that is up to council. Typically, and as per our municipal reserve requirement, both the 10-acre and the 17-acre balance have further subdivision potential. So we are simply suggesting deferred reserve caveats to be registered on those parcels. We're also requiring the 11.3 for the community sustainability lot and a contribution of 6,500 towards a dust control surface on Meridian Street. That's the extent of my knowledge on this one. If council has any questions, I will probably not know.
Okay. Who wants to go? This is in Division 2. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just trying to remember this one. Think I can kind of see it. So the standard that exists there, sorry, we can't quite see all of it on 2. Why are we at a dust control standard there and not MRO? So we've got we've got a cul-de-sac and then we're extending it, right?
Yeah. We're extending the cul-de-sac and we're taking on contribution. But
Okay. Anybody else? Or a motion? Deputy Revol.
Sure, we're in a country residential area that's been developed out right next to the town. And so it's in the central corridor, it's in proximity to the town. So it's going to be across from much higher density. And in this case, it fits. They've extended the road, they're paying their share. So I am in support of moving forward with this. Thank you.
Okay. So we would need a motion to get this moving forward. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. Could the director of planning give those recommendations again, please?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, could you give those recommendations again that you mentioned?
Recommendations. You mean for regarding the road?
Yes.
Or the public reserve?
Yes.
So at the land use stage, it was determined that the applicant is required to extend Meridian Street. I think it's Meridian Street. A little bit further south from the current end of it, from the cul-de-sac. And that they are required to provide a contribution towards a dust-free surface on Meridian Street. That was determined at the public hearing and council accepted that information back then. So we've just carried that forth as a condition of subdivision. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So giving that, I would give you the motion to go.
Motion for approval on page
Yes.
205.
Thank you.
Okay, we have that motion from Councillor Estes. Anybody else? All those in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to E3, Johnson, request for subdivision, page 209 of our agenda. Deputy, who are you? Director Hemingway, sorry.
Division 3 application, basically an 80-acre split west of the town of Diamond Valley on the north side of Highway 546. We are requesting subdivision approval to create a 75.77 acre agricultural parcel, leaving an 80.19 acre agricultural district balance. We don't propose any municipal reserve as the parcels are very large and it's a first parcel out. But we do need some addresses, so that is certainly a condition. And we are requesting an application for setbacks to be brought into compliance on the existing barn, as well as the payment of the community sustainability fee. And as well, Alberta Transportation is looking for a little service road of about 50 meters in length. So we are requesting subdivision approval.
Okay, and this is in Division 3. Who'd like to go? Councillor Kendall?
No,
We
you can't
will
go subdivision.
We are now in subdivision, so it's open to everybody.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Normally, I would not be in favor of an 80-80 split, but I'm familiar with this quarter and there are 3 residences on there, and I'm assuming that's why they are endeavoring to split this. So yeah, I would be all right with that.
Okay, is that a motion for approval then?
If you insist.
Okay, we have that.
Pardon me? Sure.
I'll make the motion if you will.
Okay, I'll take the motion to approve from Deputy Reeve Ole. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Motion to go out of subdivision from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's look at accounts. So we have last week's March 18th and March 25. So let's start with the 18th. I did come in and sign the checks and had a look at them. I had no concerns. Did anybody else have a question on the March 18th? Otherwise, I would look for a motion to approve the March 18th accounts. From Councillor Estes, Councillor McHugh, go ahead. We're talking the March 18th, so from last week's. Okay, so we have a motion to approve from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to today's March 25 accounts. Councillor McHugh, did you have a question or a motion?
Sure, let's go to 03811. 031811, that's going to be from Beaver Tooth, and it's not, it would, I don't, so it's for brushing. And if we're hiring contract brushers, it would be nice to have some record of square meters, hectares, acres. Be nice to be able to equate dollar value to areas cleared in the future.
If I recall, I believe that was in part of the bid. So that certainly could have been brought forward as part of the final step, I think.
I'd like to see it on the bill.
Okay. And you can get that for us, Kate? Anything else, Councillor McHugh? Okay. Who would like to give me a motion then? I don't see any questions. So a motion to approve accounts for today. Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion approves. Motion carries, sorry. And minutes. I believe there was one revision. I'm going to go to Deputy Reeve Ole.
Sure, just in item number D, and it was moved that Councillor Estes would be appointed as alternate member per diem to the Town of Diamond Valley Foothills County Intermunicipal Committee. And then Deputy Reeve Ole be appointed as the member per diem, and just per diem needs to be removed as it's a member, it's not a per diem. Thanks. That's the only edit.
Okay. So we can make that change. Anybody else on minutes? So I'd look for a motion to approve the minutes with that small revision from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, we have a number of things to finish up in closed, so I would look for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor McHugh, all in favor? Motion carries. Let's take 5. Welcome back. A couple items coming out of closed. Councillor Alger, I'll go to you first for a motion. Come back to you. Kate, we'll go to Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that administration contact the High River Fish and Game Office to set up a meeting with council.
Okay, we have that motion. Any further? All in favor? Motion carries. Councillor Alger.
I am ready now. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would give you the motion to allow the town of Okotoks to utilize the required road allowance and or county lands for temporary parking by Dog Stadium with the required liability waivers.
Okay, got that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. Last item on our agenda is committee meetings, committee reports rather. Sorry, Councillor Callister, we're going to start with you or something.
I would give you the motion to postpone committee reports until next council session.
Okay, we got that. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. That does conclude our agenda for today. I would look for a motion to adjourn. Oh, sorry, Councillor Estes, we'll go to you.
I just wanted to say that next council meeting is April 1st. So no funny business.
And is that a motion to adjourn for today? We got that motion from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. We will see you next week on April Fool's Day.